Let's go. So, there's a cutscene. Clouds. There's some sort of three-eyed Tengu monster who's chasing a nine-tailed fox. They're about to clash. The Tengu falls from the sky. Ropes are being strangled to it. He tries to run away, but he can't. Then he is dragged into a cave.
Ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away.
Yeah, this is
to this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the forbidden chamber.
An old man is dozing off, and another man with some sort of beads. Then there's this weird long guy.
Sweet dreams.
And okay, so this is the second chapter when we spoiled the killer.
At long last,
the guy removes the seal. Yeah, he wants to revive Renmataro. So the eyes are glowing white. Okay, so there was an old man getting killed. There was another younger old man who has some big long bangs. He's wearing some sort of giant beads. The murderer was a well-dressed, a blonde man with makeup who just killed the old man with a spear. Then he gets in front of the door with an evil smile. He's got some eyeshadow, purple eyeshadow, and they just removed the seal. So this is Athena Sykes speaking. A few months prior to the courthouse bombing, April 17, 12:13 p.m. Right? Anything Agency. So this is exactly where we left off as Apollo Justice, the Right Anything with all the magician's prop from Trucy. There's a red vest that's on the sofa. That's the only thing that I see that it's new. So this must belong to Apollo. And there's still the Phoenix Wright beanie hat on top of a trophy. We have no idea what the trophy is for, but anyway. Apollo. Guess I'm a little early.
Oh, hey Apollo! Getting an early start today?
Yeah, this is the first job I had in a while after all.
Well, aren't we all fired up?
Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details.
Work? Is that how he put it?
Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again.
You've really become fixtures around here, Apollo.
Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. A lot's happened since then. But I've settled nicely despite a few bumps on the road. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Right Anything Agency, and this is where I work. Don't let the name fool you, it's definitely a law agency.
But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Paulie.
It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help with her magic tricks.
And what's wrong with that? You're the one of the agency's talent as well.
I was under the impression that I was a lawyer.
Oh, we better hurry. Doesn't look like Daddy's going to make it, so let's get going.
Huh? Where are we going? What about the job you mentioned?
Oh, this is the job, Paulie. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now, come on.
Another day of not being a lawyer. Should have seen this coming.
Well, this is the Right Anything Agency, you know. And there's no law-related work at the moment, so...
Tell me again why I choose to work here. Where is Mr. Wright anyway?
Daddy said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry, just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go! We don't have all day!
Wait a second! And another day of Anything Goes begins at the Right Anything Agency. Ninetales Vale. April 17, 1:30 p.m. Ninetales Vale. Yokai Lane. So we're outside. There's a big gate that says Ninetales Vale. There are souvenir shop, a cattail's noodle cart, an umbrella shaped like a yokai with a one eye and a big smiley face with a tongue sticking out. There is a deity banner with some sort of mascot of some little guy with a plate of tofu. There's a statue of an iron-tailed fox guarding near the gate. At the end, we have Azuki Arai streets. Phew! So, what are we doing way up here in the mountains?
This is Ninetales Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here.
Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters? Guess that explains all these weird things. So yeah, this was made during the big trend with the kids. Like, yokai became in again. And then there was Yokai Watch, where at one time was more popular than Pokemon. So yeah, Phoenix Wright, Capcom decided to jump on the yokai bandwagon and decide to put a yokai chapter, and this is it. Speaking of which, wasn't Ninetales Vale founded by Japanese immigrants?
Yeah! They're holding a festival to boost tourism over at the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here.
In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy.
Daddy said that those with those horns of yours, you would make a great addition to their festival. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon! Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly?
I could do without thoughtfulness like that.
Oh, it's almost time! Come on, Polly! The festival grounds are this way!
Alright, guess it's time to move to QB Manor Garden. So let's... can I examine the area? Can talk to Trucy, the monster craze. This monster craze, come to think of it, I think I heard about it on TV. It's supposedly how Ninetales Vale made a comeback from the brink of fiscal disaster.
Our agency could sure use something positive like that. Oh, I know! Let's jump on board the monster craze! You and Daddy would be a perfect comedy duo! You could call yourself Agni and Rudra, Demon Kings of Comedy!
Okay, so we're gonna be Agni and Phoenix is gonna be Rudra.
Daddy sets them up and you knock him down! Hey, I think we hit the jackbox with this idea.
Sorry, but I plan on staying a lawyer, thank you very much.
You do?
You don't have to act so surprised by that. What to do? Hey, Trucy, have you seen my attorney's badge?
How could you lose something so important? Sometimes I really wonder about you, Apollo.
This is so weird. I wonder if I dropped it somewhere.
Oh, look! What are these panties doing here?
Oh, no! You took my badge to do a magic trick? Forget about panties. I'm looking for my badge.
Boom! 1, 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Did you forget? These are my magic panties.
Yeah, she made her panties appears, and then she did da-da-da, and then she went into them and then pull out the badge. And then make the panty disappear with the flick of a wrist. Hey, that's my attorney's badge! Wow, how'd you do that?
I set it all up while we were back at the office.
Wow, I didn't even... Wait! You took my badge?! Bitch took my badge! My cherished attorney's badge, just putting it on makes me feel ready. Check it out.
You're so lucky, Apollo. Everyone can see what you do with just the flash of your badge.
What about you, Trucy? People can tell you're a magician by the way you're dressed.
Yeah, but I can't always dress like this, like when I'm at school and stuff.
You could always show you're a magician by making things appear or disappear.
You mean like this? 3, 2, 1. Ta-da!
Magic or no, aren't you a little old to be showing those things in public?
Then maybe I'll become a lawyer too.
You're abandoning your dream just like that? Alright, let's move. So now I can visit the QB Manor Garden or back to the Wright Anything Agency, but it's, well, we can see all the places display on one screen like that. So let's go to QB Manor Garden. April 17, 2:05 p.m. QB Manor Garden. Wow, this place is really something.
It definitely feels like a different world here.
Question mark. Chosei! So, who is this? Oh, it's a girl. She looks like a waiter, and she has some sort of seal on her head. Her name is Jinxie. Or maybe that's her nickname.
Jinxie!
Yeah, it's like two fox seal, put in the X position on her forehead. She's wearing an apron. The straps are seals as well. She looks like one of those shrine maidens, but she's a waitress. She has the same hairstyle, the same ribbon in the back of her head. I have no idea what the name is because it's another Japanese name, and my head can only be filled with so much Japanese expressions. So yeah, and this is.
Oh, this is my friend, Jinxie Tenma. She's the one who invited us. She just happened to be the maid here.
Okay, so now she's shy behind her cover. What's the name for the holder where we put the glasses on? The tray, some sort of tray, a round tray. Okay, so I need to find a good voice for her, something original, something that's unique. So, okay. Because with her face, I'll give her an alto voice, but more on the shaky side because she's always looked like anxious and stuff. Towards love of red, are you a demon? No, I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. Hey, he is a demon. Stop! What the? Hey, she just stuck a charm on my forehead. Now it's stuck in front of me. And when I talk, the piece of paper flutters on the wind like it's the mouth flap. So yeah, she just stick a charm on my face. Yeah, nice to meet you too, girl. What the? Be gone, foul beast!
You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space on your forehead. Your giant, big forehead.
Ugh, what is this thing?
It's a warding charm. Jinxie puts them on all the monsters she finds.
But I'm not a monster.
Maybe I should have told her you were a good demon.
Or you could just say I'm human.
Silly me.
Shivers. The red demon, an emissary of the underworld. I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now? So you can eat me. I'm not going to eat you. Forgive me, our terrible one. Oh, she runs away.
Tone down your courage of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits.
Don't worry, I'm already full. Please stay that way. Great, now I'm playing along too. Removing the charm. So let's talk to her. Ninetales Vale. So I wanted to ask you about Ninetales Vale. Ah! Another charm. Be gone, foul demon!
Looks like you've been demonized, Polly. Literally.
I'm starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself.
Eek! Please don't eat me. I have food if you're hungry.
This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight.
If only we have some way to prove you're not as scary as you look.
Ouch! Unnecessary roughness much? Looks like I have to present some proof. Prove that I'm 100% human. I have to show her my badge. Okay, we're gonna show her the badge. I wanted to show you this. Eek! What is this? It's my attorney's badge, you see? I'm not a demon. I'm a lawyer. Really? You're a lawyer? Whoa, maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon. Does it protect you from Enmadaio's judgment? Who's Enmadaio?
Oh, I read somewhere that he's the demon lord who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh! I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
Yes, I'm a lawyer from King Enma. Can I go back to being just a normal demon? Please, don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I prefer a Turkish bath if possible. A Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath?
Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray.
Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir, have mercy on my soul. I told you I'm not a demon. And Trucy, you're just making things worse. Why is she angry at me? You just leave that Enmadaio to me.
Isn't it that great, Jinxie?
I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife now. Will someone tell these two I'm human already? Okay, now I can ask her about the Nine-Tailed Veil.
So, Jinxie, I heard this village is the epicenter of the monster craze.
Barely anyone I ever heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists. Really? So the monster craze is the reason behind today's festival? It was the alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about Nine-Tailed Veil. Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something? And they're hungry too. Man-eating monsters, and they're all over the place? In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was the Ding-Dong Demon. How else could you explain it? The Ding-Dong Demon. Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding-Dong Ditch. Well, that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Tenma Taro is imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenma Taro? The Forbidden Chamber? About that yokai you said was imprisoned here at the manor. Is it true? He's a super evil demon named Tenma Taro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Okay, here's a scroll. Tenma Taro's the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary. Okay, so he's not a Tengu monster, but he's kind of... So, he has a bat ears, a crow's beak with a pointy tongue sticking out, 3 yellow eyes. His arms are like eagle talons, but also his feet. And he has a big crow black wings. And he's dressed in a Japanese way, like some sort of monk. And we see a yellow nine-tailed fox, the same size of him, fighting him. So that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber?
He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the nine-tailed fox, and locked away forever.
So, you're saying Tenmataro is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh, but he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe. Because there's a really powerful sealing charm on the door keeping it shut tight.
What a charming security system.
You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so...
Thanks, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. Yokai Legend Scroll, added to the court record. Sorry, I need to blow my nose. Okay, back. Okay, it's not that clog anymore, but you know,
It is the season. It is the season.
So, I was wondering, are those things on your forehead also warning charms, Jinxie?
Yes, they're to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them.
Evil things?
Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. They have to stay there forever. Got it?
I wonder what would happen if I did take them off.
It's time for me to get back to work.
Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie.
You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun.
Better not be a yokai parade. She probably dropped dead from fright. Eek! Oh, Tenmataro's here. The demon. Oh wait, it's just someone in a suit, right? It is someone in a suit.
Tenmataro!
Tenmataro, the demon from the Forbidden Chamber.
Eek! Please don't hurt me. Be gone! Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away!
Eek! Charm! 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 Where's that dying go to heaven charm?
Oh, she put it on her own forehead this time.
She sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? Okay. So there's probably gonna be so this is probably a show exhibition because now there's somebody with a heroic tone that says, "You devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro." Now what?
Look, Apollo, there's somebody up on the roof.
Yeah, it's like a wrestler with a fox mask with a cape that flutters in 9 strands of cloth. So it's probably a nine-tailed fox wrestler. Ah! That booming laugh. Could it be? My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the land. I am the wrestler of righteousness. Yah! Yeah, he stands in with a wrestler belt. The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is here. Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro. Hooray, hooray, it's the amazing Ninetales. Up to your no-good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch. Yeah, it's gone. Ah! There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have vanished, Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amazing Ninetales, sir.
Now I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish await. What was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase off a yokai? Looked like he came out of the Alderman's manor.
That was the Amazing Ninetales. He's a pro wrestler from right here in Ninetales Vale. But no one knows his true identity.
Okay, so he's like Tiger Mask. Basically, he's Tiger Mask, but with a yokai twist. Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was that all about, him banishing Tenmataro?
That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the Ninetales Fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village. But the Amazing Ninetales did the honors this year.
So that was the big surprise, huh? The Amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats our boat.
Oh, would you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me.
She's a strange one, all right.
I think she's sweet in her own special way.
Knowing Trucy, she probably has lots of friends who are sweet in their own special way.
Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of Ninetales Vale while we're here.
The fun never stops, does it? Dot. So it's all black for some reason. April 17, 3:40 p.m. QB Manor. Garden.
I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale.
I know, because my wallet's running on empty.
What's been all the commotion over there?
Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? I hope everything's okay.
It's terrible.
Okay, give it some gas. Let go of the clutch. Slowly. Damn thing won't start. Okay, just set it on the dash.
Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened.
The demon Tenmataro. He killed Alderman QB.
What?
Wait, killed as in dead?
Yes, and Tenmataro did it.
Tenmataro? Oh, okay. So Tenmataro got out, and they say that they did it because he got out of the chamber and he killed the first man that he saw, and he was like the alderman since it was in his manor and his job was to protect it. So yeah, he killed the alderman. All right, you stay here while I go have to look.
Please wait.
What?
Ah! It's a Tenmataro warding charm. It should protect you, but please be careful. The alderman's in the fox chamber at the top of the main staircase.
Okay, got it. Tenmataro warding charm slipped into the pocket. Okay, so I removed the warding charm and I put it back in my pocket. So I have a good idea of what it looks like. It has the fox paw print in red ink, and then there's the charm written in Japanese black kanji. I don't know what it means, but April 17, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Cutscene. We see, yeah, there are black feathers falling. We see crow footsteps made out of blood, and we see the spear with the older man. And the guy that was wearing the beads next to the older man, he's got it on the head. He's got a head wound.
Huh? Are you all right?
Who are you?
Someone call an ambulance!
Yeah, we see the crow footsteps on the ground. The black feathers are still falling from the roof, the ceiling. The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear was already dead. But there was one other person there, and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. So he was probably a witness. Oh no, wait, he was probably killed. The guy was sleeping when the murder happened in the cutscene. QB Manor Garden. Thank goodness the other man's going to be fine. Sounds like he'd only be unconscious.
You think Justine's going to be okay?
I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. And I would sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers and tracks.
Oh, look, here comes Jinxie.
Hiding her face behind a tray.
Hi, Trucy. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Hey, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened. Okay, we can talk about what happened. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead?
Uh-huh. It was Alderman QB. When I found him, he was already...
Okay, so he's an old man, quite well built. He has white hair, but they're shaped like pointy fox ear. He's got pointy white eyebrows and a pointy mustache. With a black bow tie in a brown suit. So the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive, who was he? Damien Talma. Damien with an A, not Damien with an E like me. So I think I'm gonna give him my regular voice because he's a Damien. House rule. All Damien must sound like me.
He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town.
Oh, okay, I see. The QB is the Fox Village, and Tenma Town is the Tenmataro Village. And there's like some sort of rivalry between them for some reason.
They arrested him!
So, he's the killer?
Nah!
Nuh-uh, Papa didn't kill anyone. Oh, that's her father. Yeah, she put a charm on my face just when I accuse him of murder. No. So, this is probably the defendant. So, we're probably going to defend Damien Taro. Got it. Papa, as in your father?
That's right, Jinxie's dad is the mayor of Tenma Town.
No way! Yes, wait, but he's innocent.
This just got way more complicated. The victim was the alderman of the Ninetales Vale, and Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do.
I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there.
I know, I'll try my best.
Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? The alderman. So the victim was the village alderman? What can you tell me about him?
His name was Rex QB. They say his family has ties to the legendary Ninetail Fox. He was really kind and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler and I even heard that he knew the amazing Ninetales.
Oh. They're saying that he's the Ninetail, the wrestler. This is too convenient. I don't buy that one bit. Like...
A former pro wrestler, huh?
That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenma Town, huh? So then why did you come work here?
It was to overcome your fears, right, Jinxie?
Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Ninetales Vale, so though she's no longer with us. She loved these flowers.
It looks like some sort of daffodil.
I always wanted to live where Ninetales flowers grew.
It's called a Ninetail Flowers?
Wow, what a beautiful flower! And with exactly 9 petals too!
Okay, it's a 9-petal daffodil.
Just looking at it gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai.
9-tails flower added to the court record. A flower found only in 9-tails Vale. It boosts Jinxie's courage because it was her mother's favorite. Jinxie, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon?
The warning charm on the Forbidden Chambers door. It's been removed.
The Forbidden Chambers door? That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone.
That's how Tenmataro escaped. Oh. But when I try and remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy.
Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today.
Between the warden charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Apollo! Maybe this is your chance!
Chance for what?
To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court!
Who, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers?
You wanna know what the detectives said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a non-guilty verdict in this one.
Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case.
Don't worry, Jinxie! If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly!
What?
You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Won't you?
Oh, it's all over, isn't it? I'll be all alone for the rest of my life.
Oh, right. Jinxie's already lost her mother. All right. Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me.
Attaboy, Polly!
You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Yup, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. Yay! I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones.
She's still scared.
Red demons are usually so mean.
It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice! Guess I ought to go and meet my new client. But before I forget, I better jot this down in my notebook.
Hey, Apollo, what's the notebook for?
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And if so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. So, case brief, murder of Alderman QB, go meet my client. Oh, I guess it's what you would call a to-do list.
Oh, sounds handy!
To read my notes, I just opened the court record with R1. Okay, so if I press R1 again, I'd go under people, and then I see Trucy Wright, age 16, Jinxie Tenma, age 15, Amazing Ninetale, age question mark, Damien Tenma, age 45, and Rex QB, age 46. He has all his white hair and he's 46 years old. He's only 1 year older than Damien. And Damien is 1 year older than me. Oh dear. And then if I press R1 again, I can see the notes. Go meet my client. Then I can switch between the tabs using L1 and R1.
Oh, I almost forgot. So, about Jinxie's father. No matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away.
Wait, what?
His angry glare can paralyze you with fear.
And some claim he can even shoot laser beam from his eyes.
Well, maybe Popeye isn't really that scary.
A paralyzing stare, laser beam from his eyes. He sounds sort of like some kind of monster. Or a mutant.
I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's move to the detention center. April 17, detention center, visitors room. Ah, visiting hours. Perfect timing. Hope he's not as scary as he sounds. Alright, so I just realized that he's wearing some sort of do-rag made entirely of charms. And there's one sticking out on his nose that glues the do-rag with his clothes. With his nose is another warding charm with the fox the fox symbol on it. So he's wearing some sort of bead suspenders, those giant beads that we see some Shintoist monks wear. But he's wearing them on both sides of his suit because it's very, very Western suit. He has some sort of bow tie ornament that's shaped like a purple round flower. So he's wearing turquoise. And he has a very angular shape black hair. So, who are you? Yikes! So you're Damien Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Ah! Let me out of here! Okay, he's doing this he just he just banged he just banged his fist on the table, and that scared Apollo. And he's doing like the stare that looks evil looking. He has one of those face. He has a resting angry face. He has a resting angry face, and now he just grit his teeth, and he looks like even more menacing than before. Sorry, I get a little loud sometime. How incredibly rude! Sorry, did I do something to offend you? Visitors when all others shun me like a common criminal. And here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rudeness! Oh. Wait, so he wasn't mad at me. Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls. So that I may treat my benefactor to some tea and maybe some cookies too. No, wait, we can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence. How about you start by telling me what happened? I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can they? Phew, that was close. We don't need jailbreak added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. Let's talk. Reason for arrest. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask why you were arrested? Exclamation mark. Fist. Whoa! Sorry, I guess those things are better left unsaid. Bah! Excuse me? I said bah. To think a public paragon such as I could be treated like this. This arrest should have never happened. Go on. I fear the ill effect it will have on your youth. On our youth. Now I have but one choice. I must commit Sudoku! No! I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth. No, wait. You can protect the moral fiber of our youth after you've been declared not guilty. I suppose you're right. Phew! Our youth just came this close to quite a scare. My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman QB, that's why I was arrested. Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's never good. Any idea how they got there? None. For I hardly remember a thing, you see. I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head. Yeah, I don't think he was wearing anything on his head, as I recall. And then he had a head wound. And now he's like somebody made a do-rag of a band-aid, but it was not band-aids, it was warding charms. I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing. Tenma, Oh.
Huh? Was that some kind of strange laugh? Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious. Motive? What do the police have on you as far as motive is concerned?
Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the aldermen and I as of late.
Oh? Was it personal in nature?
Nothing like that, it's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetail Vale with Tenma Town.
Ah! Surrender Ninetail Vale to Tenma Town now! Yikes!
That's what I told him. In those words.
I would like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared. So, that's the motive the police have established for the Alderman's murder?
Indeed it is. After all, Alderman Cuby was dead set against a municipal merger.
And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way.
Arrgh! Curses!
Mayor Tenma, are you okay?
Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this.
He'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. If only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma.
Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie.
Yes?
She already lost her mother. And now with me being held in here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need.
Leave it to me. Trucy and I will look out for your daughter.
I shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about.
New friends?
Yeah, it seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetail's Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters. So the lady with the neck is a yokai, and the young man with the long tongue is another yokai. I forgot their name. But I call the lady with the long neck Roku. And long tongue is I forgot. I don't know. I'm gonna call him Manolo because I hate Manolo. Manolo's a dick. Friends? Sound more like a bunch of monsters to me. Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up. Phew, why am I so tired? I must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. That's my ringtone? Ah! It's the song from La Miroir. It's the serenade. You stole my keys. Justice here. Apollo, is that you?
Hey, it's Phoenix Wright. Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you?
Trucy told me you've taken a new case.
Oh, it was kind of a spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case.
That's fine, but I have a favor to ask.
Sure, what is it?
I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name is Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar.
That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today.
She took off as soon as I told her you needed her help with a case. It was like there was no stopping her.
Wait, what? Where's she now?
Probably somewhere in Ninetail's Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go find her.
But I've never even met her before. What does she look like?
Oh, she'll be the girl in the yellow suit sporting an attorney's badge.
Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. Well, I better get back to Ninetail's Vale quick. Okay, let's go back to Ninetail's Vale. Let's try Yokai Lane. April 17, Ninetales, Vale, Yokai Lane. I already told you! I'm a lawyer assigned to the case! I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is.
You can't fool me. You're just some delinquent high school student playing hooky.
You stupid, pig-headed... Yeah, she's angry, and the widget is angry as well. This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know.
Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes.
Sis, why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I already told you, I'm a lawyer, not a student.
That's it, enough of your lies, you're coming with me.
Ah! Get your hands off me! Cutscene?
Yeah, judo flip.
What the?
Yeah, he just tossed the policeman on a polo. She just tossed the policeman on a polo. Whoops.
Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time? Whoops, are you okay? I think so, but that police officer is out cold. I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something.
No, it's good self-defense, girl.
No, it's good. No touchy. No touchy. Consent. Reflex sounds more like a felony. Why? Because it's... No.
Maybe it's a felony to assault an officer, but when they're trying to grab you under false pretense...
You're Athena Sykes, I take it? That would be me. And you are? Oh. I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the WRIGHT Anything Agency. The WRIGHT Anything Agency? What a fishy sounding name. It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain to you? Oh, right. That right. So then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. Well, I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always.
Athena.
Ah, of course. Feel free to ask away.
Okay, we're gonna talk to Athena.
So, Athena, I just hear you just passed the bar. That's right, and here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me.
A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18.
18?
How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age? I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law while I was over there. All I can say is, wow, she must be a genius or something. I also studied analytical psychology, though it might help me be a better lawyer. Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work? The client. So, tell me about our client. What are they like? Oh, right. You haven't met him yet. Well... Okay, he's gonna explain everything. One explanation later. And she's crying. And that's about sums it up. Oh, he's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father. Wait, are you crying? I'm not crying. There was something in my eye. Yeah. There definitely was something in your eye. They're called tears. Moving right along. Let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority number 1. psychology. So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology? That's right! I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system. Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our client? Well, for example, I can try to listen in on the witness inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget. Widget? The device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget. It talks? Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Now that I seriously doubt. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case? Yeah, it looks like a newspaper. A special edition covering our case? That was quick. That's the whole point of special edition, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop? Rapido! Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish? Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy. An airborne figure resembling Tenmataro was captured on camera around 3:40 p.m. near Ninetales Vale. Tenmataro was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky? Yeah, we see a picture of... There's a shadow that is oddly shaped like Tenmataro in the sky. Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently that photo was shot right after the murder occurred. Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the local think a yokai was involved. Wait a second. Yokai as in one of those Japanese monsters? Mein Gott! You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you? Now it's German. Yeah, she's been to Europe. No, so now she's gonna say stuff in French, Spanish, and German. Of course. No, of course not. Now German? Why not plain old English? Special edition paper added to the court record. I'm gonna take a bite. I think I'm gonna fetch my water. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, getting my water. Because yeah, I brought some energy drink, but I don't want to tap into them yet. Feels like it's too... I don't want to say too early. Because it's 1 hour ahead, so I'm not used to getting my boost just yet. Anyway. Andare, Apollo! Let's get cracking on that crime scene already! Alright. So we cannot examine the scene, so we can just move. QB Manor Foyer. April 17, QB Manor Foyer. So there's a picture of Rex QB. There's a stairs that go to the second floor.
It's very old-fashioned. There are a sofa and a couch in a big coffee table with a bowl of flowers standing in the middle of it. In the back, there's a gramophone, a grandfather's clock, lampstand, and everything is made out of wood. There's also a security camera and some sort of weird 80s chandelier or something like that. Did you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! There's a TV in that little room in the corner. Yeah, I see a little a door with a little room. We see some books on the other side of the window. There's some sort of reception stand. Must be some sort of reception desk in the foyer. In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at the match today where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Temataro's recent escape. So that wrestler's gone missing. Oh, and then we see a short man with baggy eyes, some sort of weird whiskers, and a piggy nose. And he's wearing a string around his neck with 3 yellow keys. And he seems to be clenching both ends of a scarf that he goes around his neck. And he moves it left and right. And he has, he's big bald, he's wearing a cap, and his black hair are pointing sideways. But from the look of it, it looks like a tanuki in human form, basically. So I need to find him a good voice for him. Like, I don't want to give him a rat voice, I want to give him a raccoon voice. What would be a good raccoon voice without sounding too much like Crockett? Hey, you two, you don't belong in here. Eek! Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious. What about them horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me. Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here to... Huh? Ah, you're them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't ya? Should have reckoned that with that expensive-looking bracelet you got there. So now he's rubbing his hand in opportunity. So he looks like a sly guy. So, you know what he reminds me? Freaking Tom from Animal Crossing. With his little deals. Oh, I can lend you money. You can pay me back. But it is a twist. The name's Phineas Filch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you. He's looking left and right. He has a weird half smirk on his face. Same here. Wow, talk about a quick change of heart. So tell me, demon lawyer. Bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeepers of our witnesses, huh? Come here, you little horn demon, you. He adjusts his, Whoa! So he adjusted his cap and he bumped into me, and the bracelet was probably yanked away from him. We were bumped, but this is basically a pickpocket move. So he probably stole our bracelet. These horns, I mean, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone. There ain't? Seems a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns, if you ask me. Then again, none of my business, so... Yeah, he's wearing my bracelet right now! Little fucker! That was fast. Guess he's done with me. Well, I best get back to work. And he's leaving!
Hold it!
Yes, thank you, Athena. Halt! Stop right there! Huh? Me? Apollo, your bracelet's gone! Ah! Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later.
Polo doesn't. Somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Just check your wrist right now.
Oh, how did it get here? Oh, the cat's out of the bag.
He put the scarf on his, put the scarf on top of his head, and it looks like one of those, Japanese, stereotypical, cat burglar. When they put the handkerchief on their head and underneath their nose, they tie it underneath their nose to hide their face. Oh, it was barely in the bag in the first place. That was a pretty pathetic attempt. Okay, give it back.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
He rubs his hand together as an apology, and he's bad. He's doing a bow at 90 degrees, and he's gonna look at sometimes to see how we're reacting. Guys, he really wants us to apologize. He really wants us to apologize him, but no! You're a dirty crook.
Just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you.
He's doing a smirk. Sheesh, I almost felt sorry for him now. Yeah. What should we do about him, Apollo? Well, I got my bracelet back, and he seems sorry enough, so...
I knew you understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as the wad of cash in your wallet, I hope.
You leave my wallet out of this!
Oh-ho!
Well, hey! Did you just finish apologizing for stealing from us?
Run away! Head for the hills!
Get back here, you! Talk about a quick escape. Looks like he dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer. So yeah, he gave us some maps. He left his shoes behind, too. The guy's the living definition of a bumbling thief. Let's hang out onto his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagram, I say we keep him. Yep. They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them. Crime scene diagram added to the court record. Foyer diagram added to the court record. Now then, as I recall... Okay, let's check the map. Okay, so there's an air duct. We see the foyer. In front, there's a telephone. On the right corridor, there's the Fox chamber. And behind the Fox chamber, there's the forbidden chamber. And then we have a window leading outside. So we can see there's an air duct. So there's a way to get inside of the Fox chamber without opening the door, and it's through the air duct. Because there's that goes up to the ceiling and across the ceiling of the other room. And the left part is not important. And then we have the foyer diagram. Okay, so now we see the entrance of the foyer. There's the staircase that goes to the second floor. The caretaker's office to the top right corner. And then there's a TV. So this is where they saw us. There's a camera pointing at the door. So this diagram saying that if the culprit came from the front door, he would have been caught on camera. And the caretaker would have noticed it. Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. Oh, I see an air vent. Okay, so now we see the scene of the crime. Now, okay, April 17, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Yeah, ahead, there's the Forbidden Chamber. There's a big latch on the door made of wood. And there's even a very thick lock with 3 keyholes. So I don't know if it's keyholes, but it looks like there are 3... there are either 3 sets of locks inside of that lock, or it needs 3 keys to open that lock. It has a weird design, but it looks complex and heavy enough so to lock the door shut completely.
So even if you remove the wooden latch, you have to take care of the lock because that basically those two things keep the door lock. Then we have the door frame is very stylistic. It looks like a big portal. There's nine tails who are fluttering on the three ends, both sides, left, right, and up. And in the middle, we have the fox head looking at us angrily. And then we have some lanterns who are shining blue with on their both end of the door two regular foxes holding a knife in their mouth. And on the top there's a chandelier with each lantern are shaped like a ball of fire. There's a partition on the left that's half opened that seems to protect something from the wall, which is some sort of ornament. It looks like a naginata. And on the right, we see yokai statue. There's a drawing of the nine tails. There's a statue of the yokai, which is basically a giant head in the middle of a big fiery wheel. I know he's one of the evil yokai, is basically representing rage and destruction. And the other one, we see the geisha with the long neck and the snake tongue. The Roku be something like that. So it's a classic yokai. And on the ground, we see the fox, the pink fox seal that's been removed from the latch that's on the floor, that's lying on the floor. There are cracks on the door frame. I see, there are two body line outs. One is for Damien Tenma, who was assaulted, the blow to the head. They show his position where he was in the room, and then we see the body laying on the table with blood on it, and there's the murder weapon still sticking out of it. They removed it and they put it next to the body to see where it was, and the carpet is filled with blood, crow tracks, and black feathers. And there's some sort of green handkerchief in the bottom left corner. I don't know what it's for. So April 17, Chubby Manor, Fox Chamber. Whoa! Yeah, crow tracks. Where would all these black feathers and weird tracks come from? The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro. You mean the great evil has returned? Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. Question mark. Hey, who are you and what you're doing here? This is a crime scene. Oh, this is probably a police officer. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene. Yeah. So now we have a big, tall gentleman with orange sunglasses that we can see through them. He has light brown hair shaped like some sort of a bell. He's wearing a white suit on a red shirt on a blue necktie. He's wearing white gloves and he's wearing some sort of backpack. We see the straps around his shoulder. So I don't know what he's carrying on the back, but he looks like a police officer slash detective slash agent, not secret agent, but one of those elite officers. And who are you? Are you the police? I ask first, who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene. Ha ha ha. Under arrest? But save it for the boys back at HQ. He's adjusting his glasses. We cannot see his eyes now. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch. Please wait. We're Mayor Tenma's lawyer. Shows the badge. Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. Ha ha ha! I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though. He grins with closed eyes.
I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day. Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. Of course. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice comes running whenever you're in need. Ha ha ha! And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. In justice we trust. And you do some sort of scout salute, but it's like a heroic high. Ooh boy, this guy's a story and a half. So, what can I do for you? Investigating the scene. So, would it be okay if we have a look around? Certainly not! No unauthorized personnel allowed! And he's showing an angry face, and he's clutching a fist with veins sticking out. Or nerves. Nerves or veins, anyway, either way. Couldn't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Ah! Yikes, is he reaching for his gun? In justice we trust! He's showing his badge. Police Department, Bobby Fulbright, detective. And looks like a police badge, but it's circular. Weird pattern on them, but yeah. He looked like he was reaching for his gun and he shows his badge. Okay. Exclamation mark. Phew, is just his badge. You may be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line. Hello, lucky cosmic Firefox. How you doing, my friend? You know what? Oh, you're in an ad. All right, let's give a little shout out. I'm gonna give a little shout out. So yeah, they were playing Persona 3 Reload. Interesting. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Is the ad over? So yeah, I'm playing this Phoenix Wright game. I played it once 10 years ago, and I'm streaming it for the first time. You plan to play some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? I already started playing it myself. I'm doing some collab with a blind player called Super Blind Man. I'm playing the game just so I can guide him and explain in detail the cutscenes, what they look like. So it's like basically their content is to play accessible games. But this, since Final Fantasy VII is like a favorite of his, like the Final Fantasy VII is one of his favorite Final Fantasy games, and despite the fact that it's not accessible, like we're playing this together so we can make sure that everybody can enjoy the story. I'm at chapter 4. I'm in the Junon area, basically. I just got my chocobo and I'm walking around. I haven't entered the fortress yet. But in his playthrough, we're still in the grassland. We're hunting for. Oh yeah, you're a chapter behind me. All right, you're in the Mithril Mines. Yeah, that was a puzzle and a half. Like there are a piece of stuff you can actually climb, and it's not as obvious. Like it wasn't a blind spot for me. Yeah, no problem. I won't say anything. Sorry about that. Well, yeah, that's all you're gonna hear from me. That's all where I am right now. I understand, like, I'm not as much as I enjoy playing the game and watching other people play the game. As soon as they're ahead of me, too far from me, I stop watching. You know, I'm loving it as well. Yeah, P3 Reload. Yeah, that's a great game. Aren't we eating good these days? Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Persona 3 Reload, Final Fantasy Rebirth, and this game, all inside of a month, basically between January 25th and February 25th and 29th. Yeah. You're loving yeah, of course, Baldur's Gate 3. Like, some people are not even done with the game and they're playing it since launch. Yeah. Alright. So, yeah, I also love doing those voices when I play the Ace Attorney games. I love doing the voice acting, so... You may be Mayor Tenma's attorney, but you still need authorization to cross a police line. A new Atlas IP once it comes out. Oh, the Fantasio one. Yeah, I'm interested in this one. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream it or not because I don't know. Atlas are known to make those amazing games, but then put them, block them from streaming. Like, I play Persona 5 Striker, but the last part of the game it's blocked. Oh. Yeah, and yeah, Shin Megami Tensei 5 to PS5. Yeah, I heard that as well. This looks interesting. Very interesting indeed. I saw a lot of people play Shin Megami Tensei 5. Kind of behind of the story. There's something about it that takes me off. Like I'm used to be a huge Shin Megami Tensei fan, but there's something about it that makes me lead astray. I don't know if it's you're still on the third? Yeah. Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I bet she's as dense as Hero Scum. Alright, let's go with persuade the guy. You're wasting your time and mine now. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice, keeping injustice. That would be you at bay. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Justice and me, you say? That's right. Are you trying to say that Justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? What? Exclamation mark. No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice. No, it can't be. You have him on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through? But guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too. Look, my name is Justice, Apollo Justice. Just let me in, okay? Sure, but only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right? Arg! Whose justice is the most just here? I'm confused. Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice, what have you done me do? What would you have me do? What would you have me do? I think we really got to him. Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go. Our pleas for justice must have a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around. After all that about authorized personnel only, this was surprisingly easy. Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just? Well, let's get to work. Have you ever played the Phoenix Wright series, Lucky? We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right? Right. The search for the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles. You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? So we move the cursor with up, left, down, and right on the left thumbstick.
I haven't, but I've been told to. Oh, okay. Well, they're quite interesting. You can always stick around and follow me. Like, just use your brain. Basically, there's a guy being murdered. The guy on the right has been assaulted, and it's our main suspect, and we're defending him. So we're in a yokai village, basically, where the hero is the Nine Tails, and they fought a Tengu monster called Tenmataro. And this here in the back is the gate where the seal has been removed, and apparently the monster has been released. So basically, we're trying to disprove at the same time that yokai exists for real, you know? Because a lot of people saying that Tenmataro did it, but the evidence says that the guy on the right did it because his fingerprints were on the murder weapon. And he, for his defense, says that he has been drugged and has been assaulted. He had a bump on the head. He was bleeding from the head. So he has no memory of what happened. So basically, that's what we're working with right now. So change our perspective with right. Okay. If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap. Okay, let's leave no stones unturned. Nous allons commencer! Let's get started! This is French. Because she's studying in Europe. She's a lawyer, and you've been playing Fire Emblem Engage as well. Ooh, yeah. The game where we can actually marry your waifus. Is that correct? So yeah, we can turn around. So this is the first, one side, second side, third side. So there's 3 sides, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. It's a good game. I heard it's a long game as well. It's a lot of nostalgia from other Fire Emblems game. My first Fire Emblem goes as early as Game Boy Advance, when permadeath was not an option you can remove. And I was like, it's harsh. It's very, very harsh. Yeah, you get to fight alongside Marth. My first game was Fire Awakening. That was on the DS, right? If I recall. Okay, let's go there. Yeah, on the 3DS. Yeah, I remember when it was released. I was playing that game when Fire Emblem was released. Like, there was a lot of news, a lot of hype around that game as well. This one's a spear, but what about this one? It looks like a giant pair of pliers. Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once. Really? What are they used for? Oh, things like pinching through cheeks. Ew! Pulling out tongues. Stop, 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 stop. This is the robot saying stop, 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 stop. She's traumatized. The only 3DS one I haven't played was Fire Emblem Echoes. Okay. Wasn't there a Fencer game? I remember there was a Fencer game on the 3DS. Wasn't it a crossover with Fire Emblem? Fairy Fencer F, something like that. Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eye. Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that. You haven't heard of it? Okay. That was probably me remembering it wrong, but... Oh, that's not the game? Okay. So what am I thinking of? That was a crossover with Fairy Fencer. No, not Fairy Fencer, with Fire Emblem. Oh. Demons eat canned food? I always wonder what they eat besides people. Whoa. Oh yeah, the pair of flowers, they were talking about this. Yeah. It was an Atlas crossover. Okay. Okay, let's go around with the gate. I can't remember the name. Yeah, me neither. But yeah, we're thinking about the same thing, but we just can't remember the name of the game. Alright. Look, this statue only has one tail. Maybe it's the Nine-Tailed Fox's sidekick? Some kind music team came. Like a rhythm game? Was there a rhythm game by Atlas? Like, the only rhythm game by Atlas that I can think of is the Persona dancing with the Starlight, Moonlight, etc. from P3, P4, and P5. Yes and no. Maybe it's the sidekick. I bet the number of tails represent a yokai's power. So if you have 2 Apollo, I would only have 1. Wait, what? Not that it means you're better than me, got it? Like I said, what? Here's this. Yeah, there's an handkerchief that's that's underneath this sofa. Not this sofa, this chair. Armchair. There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can lift it up and... Freeze! Yikes! Do not remove no disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there. Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth. And you waited until now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust. That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more. The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Okay, so now we can do it. Nothing of particular interest here. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Yeah, it's a blood-stained clot. It's a large blood-stained clot. It's green. Bloody on one side. What's the pattern? Tokyo Mirage. Tokyo Mirage session. Okay, alright, thank you very much. Yeah, I see that name pass, but I never heard of this game, and none of my friends were playing that game either. But yeah, now it's coming back to me. The blood's probably the alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Great game. Alright, nice. Wonder how he got there, and why does this seem important? Okay, so... there's a bloody piece of cloth hidden underneath a couch. That doesn't make sense, okay. Let's check the body. This is where the alderman was killed. And the murder weapon with the defendant's fingerprints on it. So, this is where Alderman QB's body was found. Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it. That's not good. Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here. Already back? Yikes. Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... in the name of justice, I must say goodbye. What was that all about? Blood on the floor. These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the alderman's blood. Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing? They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird. Then it must be one big bird, and not of the friendly yellow type either. Yeah, yellow type, big bird, get it? Sesame Street? Maybe it's some mutant bird creature. So your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear? It's more plausible than saying a monster or a yokai did it. Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster. So let's check the picture of the yokai. So if it would make steps, 1 talon at the back and 3 to the front. Here, I don't see a talon in the back. It's like it's part of the foot. So it doesn't, it's not a 100% match, unfortunately. These weird tracks. Must have been made when someone stepped into the element's blood. Maybe the killer never admitted. Okay, when they were fleeing. We read that already. Okay, so there was a check mark. The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenmataro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get this door open? It's worth a try. No good. It's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless.
In justice we trust.
Yikes!
Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either.
So, an unopenable door. Right.
According to Miss Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Ah, forget I just said that.
So, the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I better keep in mind. So yeah, this was shut tight. This was never opened, basically. The seal was removed, so nothing came out of it. And then we saw a display that there is out there a Tenmataro costume, because they were doing a cosplay bit. So let's check the... Wow, this is a pricey looking chair. Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it. Really? Yeah. And when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakening. So he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about? That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him. It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. Okay, so now we have the yokai. Oh, there's a Neko. There's a Neko statue, but it's a two-tailed cat. So the two-tailed cat is also a famous yokai. So it's weird that the two-tailed cat is also the lucky cat as well, because they're not the same cat. Here we can see them better. Oh, what's this next to the chair? Oh, there's a statue with blood on it, and it's the QB finding the Tenmataro. What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro battling it out. Hey, careful, Apollo, it's got blood on it! Really? Hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the alderman's blood. How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood? Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so... You're not fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case. I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor too? Fox and Demon statue. A statue that depicts at the crime scene. Depicts a statue that was at the crime scene depicts Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox locked in battle. Fox and Demon statue added to the court record. So let's check the other. Nothing of particular interest. Look, a cat with two tails. No such thing. Oh, and this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that? There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. She would have a tough time swallowing. Hello, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus. What's that got to do with anything? Here's a Tanuki statue. Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the manor caretaker's Phineas Filch? The raccoon? This raccoon looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him. Oh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Filch. Mr. Filch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know. Way to waste a brilliant idea, Polo. Statues. Look, trophies! This one was award to Alderman Chewy, the amazing Ninetales Yokai Division winner, Tenma Pro Wrestling Tournament. Yokai Division? I didn't know you could have a division of one. Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you, the Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, a demonic masked wrestler by night. No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. And then we have another clock with more, the shaft. This is important, the air shaft.
It's open, there's no grid on it. That looks like an air vent. It's pretty high up there.
What if you got a running start and jump?
I doubt even a high jumper could make it. Yeah, the ceiling is pretty high. We're not talking 8 feet. We're talking 15 feet.
Don't rule it out before you try it.
Besides, I'm an excellent jumper. Even so, that must be about 9 feet high.
Like I said, you don't know until you try, Monsieur Justice.
She doesn't know when to give up and when to stop using foreign words. So here's the symbol over there.
Apollo, what words comes to mind when you watch that pendulum in there?
Unsteady and restless. Hello, blind pizza guy. How are you doing?
We're in the middle of an investigation. We're at Apollo Justice and Attila Psych.
And this is chapter 2. We're investigating the murder of the alderman of a village called Ninetales Vale. It's basically, there's some sort of festival going on, and it's very yokai oriented. And there's a legend between a Tengu monster, which is basically a crow demon. His name is Tenmataro. He was fighting a nine-tailed fox, a yellow one. And legend says that inside this room, there's a chamber where he was sealed centuries ago by the nine-tail itself. There's a big lock with no keyholes that locks the door, and a big wooden latch that cannot be moved as well without removing the lock. And there's to top it all off, there's a big charm, a warding charm, on top of it, on top of everything, to seal the door per se magically. And now we saw a cutscene where an old man, which is basically known as the alderman of the village, who's got murdered. It's basically like a mayor type title. He's got murdered, spear on the back. There was a witness who was drugged and received a blow to the head, so he doesn't have any memories of any of the details. He's the prime suspect because his fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. And now we have bird tracks, Italian bird tracks on the floor with lots of black feathers. And all the superstitious people are saying that it's the... And the seal has been removed. So all the superstitious people saying that Tenmataro did it. But for those who like to work with evidence, saying that it was the guest that was in the room that did it because their fingerprints were on the weapon. And the defendant is basically the mayor of a neighboring village. And he does have a motive because he's coming from the village called Tenma Town, which is basically the village of Tenmataro. And he wanted to make a merge with Ninetales Vale, which is the town of the nine-tailed fox. So he was the alderman was in the way, so he had a motive to kill him. But yeah, right now he's arrested,
And this is Athena's first case. She just out of the airplane. She passed the bar in Europe, so this is why she will speak Spanish, German, and French. She's 18 years old. She skipped a few grades when she was in Europe, and that's why she managed to be a lawyer so young. So she's one of those geniuses that they have every year. Sometimes they're attorneys, sometimes they're defense attorney, and this one is the latter. So this is where we are in the case so far. So how you been? That's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, that was some kind of psychological test. My diagnosis, this strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. You're actually not all that far off the mark, eh? So this is an interesting part, since the scene can be rotated 360. There are three sides of the room. So this was the first one. You can look around with the right thumbstick. There's this side and this side. So we can have a 120 angle on everywhere. So this is the front. This is the southeast corner, and this is the southwest corner. I'm still investigating this part. There's a window. Hey, this window opens from the inside. It's like a tight triangle. Yeah. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff. The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo, there's something caught in the window frame. It looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal. I suspect that this piece of fur is from the suit, because there was a reenactment, a cosplay reenactment during the festival where we were back in the garden. There was somebody dressed as Tenma Taro, and there was a wrestler who's coming from the village, who's named himself the Amazing Ninetail. And he's a golden QB. So he's like basically Tiger Mask, but instead of being a tiger, it's the nine-tailed fox. So he's wearing a cowl of the nine-tailed fox, and his cape as it's made of 9 tails. So this is probably a piece of his costume right now that's sticking out of the window. But it's still 9 inches. Like, I don't know how he managed to lodge itself there. And yeah, the Alderman, we realized that he was a former wrestler and he won some trophies. There's a lot of trophies. So, but I'm not buying it one bit that actually the mayor is the Ninetail. This is the game leading us on to think that. But I'm not a fool. Wonder what's it doing here? Did Alderman QB have a pet fox? Golden fur added to the court record. Some fur that was found at the scene of the crime. It's long and soft. It appears to be from some sort of animal. Are we done? Guess that's about wraps it up. Oh, there was more. I wanted to look at more. Maybe the panel gives us nothing. So yeah, I found all the important clues in that room. Now, if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows. So yeah, the detective on the place is a hero of justice naming himself Bobby Fulbright. He looks like one of those paragon of justice. So I'm giving it a heroic voice. Onyx is deep in thought about this. I don't think he believes that he's the mayor either. Yeah. Hey, Apollo, do you hear something? I don't hear anything. Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine. What are you talking about? A whooshing sound like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice in
Justice we trust! Ah! Ha 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 ha! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my wretch's voice reverberating through the air duct.
Oh, it was on the other side of the air duct. So yeah, this is Fulbright's theme song. So basically, he looks like a super secret agent with a bell haircut, orange sunglasses, white gloves, and I heard it through the air ducts?
Yeah, check it out.
But why would she hear you through there?
Why don't we go to the diagram?
So yeah, here's a diagram of the room. There's the foyer, and to the right, there's an air duct. So, like I was saying, there is a way for us to enter the Fox chamber without entering the front door. And it's through the air duct. So the culprit must have gone through the air duct from the corridor that leads to the foyer. And we can go up, but the problem is the ceiling is he has to do a 9 feet jump to reach that air duct. That's the only physical obstacle that makes it difficult to enter the room, because you cannot use the window because the window can only be opened 6-inch, and in the bottom it's a steep cliff. So even if he's human, it's like whoever did it didn't use the window as in a balancing point. Yeah, and also we have another diagram, which is at the front door of the foyer. There's a security camera who's covering the whole entrance. So whoever entered the room through the front door would have been caught on camera. And on the top right corner, there's a caretaker's office with a TV. So basically, this is where we can see the video footage. So there is a caretaker. He's kind of unlawful. He's a bumbling thief. He basically he looks like a tanuki, and he has the same attitude as what's the name of the tanuki? Bill in Animal Crossing. I forgot his full name. I used to know it, but I forgot. It's been 4 years. So yeah, the culprit could not have gone through the front door. Anyway, as you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out of the hallway.
The wind must have rushed through there and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
And what a unique monologue it was! I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through the air duct or something.
A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you?
I guess you're right. Can he have pole vaulted the thing with the spear? No, the spear was found on the alderman's body. That would be weird. Speaking of things in this room.
Yeah?
Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright?
Not on my watch, buddy!
Badge.
In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case.
Ah, come on, throw us a bone here. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need. So here's what my theory is. He jumped off the cliff, grabbed the outside of the window, and pushed himself in through the high part. then walk down into the lower part. The open only opens the window only opens 6 inches. Like, unless he dislodged the whole window, that's not happening.
Yerk! I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but...
You don't need to open more than that if you're just using your hand. Yeah, I mean, you can fit your arm through it, but you need to get your whole body in. Like, if the culprit was a cat, that would be easy. Like, if the head fits, the rest of the body fits, but...
Keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Ah!
You're supposed to be able to grab that is a balancing point. Okay, what he could have done is open the window, jump on the window latch, and then use that as a stepping stone to grab the air duct and then hoist himself up to the air duct. That could have been possible. But the window was found closed at the scene of the crime, too. We'll see how it goes. We need more info. Right now, we don't have enough data to work with.
Which justice is the most just? Why is it always so hard?
Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto, to serve and protect? I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto.
Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. Badge, in the name of justice.
We did it, Apollo! Yeah, we did it all right, but I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. It's possible he had an accomplice on the building janitor, though the window needs to be closed. The window needs to be closed. The first who was on the scene was the defendant's daughter, was working as a waitress. She found the body. Okay, so now we can talk to Fulbright. Details of the case. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenmo first discovered the crime scene?
That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door.
Okay. Okay, so now we can see the bodies. I thought that the alderman was stabbed from the back, but it's actually from the front. His torso has been stabbed, so the guy saw the victim. There's a teacup on the floor, empty. We need to find out if she saw it, what window was open, and she closed it. Yeah, right now we don't see in the frame we don't see the window now. There's a lot of feathers. Okay, we can see the bird tracks. As soon as the culprit stepped on the blood, we see bird tracks. And then we see the defendant with the blow to the head. The forehead is bleeding. Yeah, the charm. The seal has been removed. It's on the floor. So yeah, the guy has been impaled from the front in the belly. And there was also a green cloth that's been stained as well. But there's a contradiction here. It's been one of the corners has been stained in blood. But as you can, the way as they're showing us, the cloth was laying on the arm of this armchair, and the armchair has been tipped over. So the piece of cloth is underneath the armchair, and the carpet is not stained with blood underneath. So this piece of cloth is stained with blood, underneath the armchair. So we have no idea how this cloth got stained and with whose blood. Because we have the alderman's blood and we have the defendant's blood. Somebody tampered with the scene of the crime, that's for sure. Miss Stenma had a key allowing her immediate access. A key? So then the Fox chamber was locked? Yes, and Miss Stenma had the only key to its door. Really? So Alderman Cuby didn't have a key to the Fox chamber? Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Ah. Disappear? You think the killer took it? It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Stenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha 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 ha. You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just a plain old meme. I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Crime photo added to the court record. Okay, I want to explore. I want to examine the evidence better. Okay, so we found a statue. The top of the statue is stained with blood. So basically, it's the weapon that the killer used to stun, to do the blow to the head to the defendant. So I'm pretty sure that the blood on this is the blood of the defendant. And then we have this. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do with that. Okay, I just realized something. The direction of the steps that they're taking don't match with the blood stain. Like, if the culprit dressed as a demon walked in a straight line, he would have missed the blood. So why are there steps? This has probably been put there to make us think. Like I think the feathers and the footsteps are there to fool us into thinking that it was actually a demon. Somebody dressed in the demon costume. Feathers and tracks. Those feathers and tracks looks like something a yokai might have left behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you? What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it. Our prime suspect would no doubt love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as playing a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you. Okay, cause the defendant's name is also Tenma. His name is Mayor Tenma, and sometimes they're talking about Tenma the monster, and sometimes they're talking about Tenma the lawyer. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. And the more I look at the tracks, the more even the footsteps won't match with what Tenma Taro would make, because I see 3 talons in the front, and we see a soul. but I don't see another talon mark on the back. Like the way his feet are made, it should have made another imprint in the back. But this one does not. It's like, it looks like too forward. It has to be a zigzag pattern from what you're describing. Well, for it to work, for it to be able to step on the blood step, it would have to be the footsteps would have to be walking at an angle, like from the blood away from the blood in an angle. But the way that the steps were made, it looks like that eagle, that monster could have missed the blood, the blood stain on the floor and keep walking. But it feels very much so that those threads has been fabricated. This is my theory so far. The feathers and the tracks are here to throw us off. Suspects. So Mayor Tenma is your only suspect? That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes it sound like a villain. Oh, thank you very much. I have a villain name. Yeah, his name is Damien with an A. I'm Damien with an E. And he's really scary looking too. Yeah, he does have a scary look. Like, he has a resting angry face. I assumed that from the beginning when you describe it. Onyx picked it up that right away. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Aha! Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? But he was unconscious. That's not an alibi. Yup, other than the victim, the suspect, and Miss Tenma, the only other around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time. Filch. The guy who tried to steal my bracelet, just living up to his name, I guess. Phineas Filch. The tanuki-looking caretaker. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all. She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? Sure enough, that spear looks even bigger than her. That's all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect. I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial? That's the one. He's, how should I put it? Not what you would expect. That is unless if you face a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. Yeah. First we seen a rock star. Now we're seeing a convict playing prosecutor. Convicted killer. So that guy did time. So what the? Is this some kind of a joke? The prosecution. Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as a prosecutor? Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney! Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer! No matter how you look at it. Oh, no matter how you look at it, that's just insane! Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so... None of us are in a position to question the matter. This really is the dark age of the law. This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name of Black Quill, would he? Bingo! Simon Blackquill, so you have heard of him. Yeah, she's sad. You could say that. What's that supposed to mean? Adjusting his glasses. Well, I bet you don't know is a unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackquill. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crimes had on things. How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal work into this dark age of the law. What? He of all people is going to stand in court tomorrow? Ha ha ha! Never fear, I myself will be there to protect you. Apollo ... That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knocked yourself out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. Ah! I haven't noticed. Why am I barefoot? Oh! You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoe, would they? Oh my, yes! Yes, they are! My favorite pair, in fact. Oh. No. It's Phineas. Because when Phineas ran away, he dropped the diagram of the foyer of the Fox chamber and a pair of shoes. We thought they belonged to him, but apparently they belonged to Fulbright. So Phineas Filch met Fulbright and managed to steal his shoes from under him, and he never noticed. What's sus is why he never noticed them being gone. You would have felt something. Yeah, why are you barefoot? Oh, they are my favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective. How would you not notice? Because wouldn't the floor of that room be very cold on your feet? Yeah, that's the point. The cold, the coldness of the floor, or even the dirt between your toes if you're going outside, you know. Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet, that's pretty amazing. I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we got all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. We're back at the foyer. April 17, QB Manor, foyer. This is just awful. Terrible, I say. Somebody help! Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch? No. The name is Filch. Phineas Filch. That's what I say, very suspicious, because how would you not notice not so subtle detail like that? Yeah. Keep it on pilfering and you may wind up in a jailbird instead. So, what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch? Oh, it's just terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick. Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? He found a mask. Looks like some kind of mask. This is the cowl from the amazing Ninetales. It's the amazing Ninetales mask. You found it by the riverside? The amazing Ninetales? Oh right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival special event. What's this mask doing here? He would never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What? Who would do such a thing? Let's go talk over there in private. Hmm? Look! There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. Oh. They're gonna say it's the Aldermans. Like, the Alderman was a former wrestler. The Amazing Ninetales is still a wrestler who's also some sort of superhero who fights evil, like the Tenmataro. We found gold hair at the scene of the crime. Inside of the mask, we found some white hair, and Alderman's hairs are white. So it's like, oh. Amazing Ninetale mask added to the court record. Mask that washed up by the riverside. There's white hair inside. Now Filch seems to be looking for something. Oh, he's emptying his pocket. Nothing but crumbs. So, what makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered? Oh, you really want to know, eh? Oh, you're a studious one, ain't you? Yes. I mean, just tell me, please. Well, it's like this. I've dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion belt? What a team! Me and my bandit mask, and you and that demon mask of yours. Demon mask? I wonder if I could make it big. Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't actually... why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo, ask him about the Amazing Ninetales murder already. Okay, let's talk. Amazing Ninetales. The Amazing Ninetales is our village's savior, and don't you forget it. Yeah, we see a picture. This is a poster of the Amazing Ninetales. His trademark is a gold cape made to look like 9 foxtails. And the fox cowl. And yeah, he does some acrobatics. So basically, he's exactly like Tiger Mask. Acrobatic wrestling, feats of strength and agility. And his signature pose is basically doing a devil sign, but with the thumb. So basically, he's doing fox ears with his index and little finger. So it's like a devil sign, but with the thumb inside the fist. Oh, and the fingers are pinched together like to make the nose of the fox. So like it's so basically you're making a fox head with your hand. His trademark's a gold cape made to look like 9 foxtails. He whirls through the ring, smacking down Tenma wrestlers left and right. He sparks the monster's craze, revitalizing Ninetales in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. The Amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around there. Around here. Yeah, he's breathing through his nose, his nostrils are moving real hard, and he tilts his head to a point that he almost dropped his cap and he always adjusts it to put it back on his head. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the Amazing Ninetales. I know, a lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment? Ouch, what's the big idea? Is he gonna steal from us again? Check your pocket. Hey, how'd you do that? Okay, he didn't steal something from me, he implanted something in me. Keep it, I got lots more. It's a flyer from the Amazing Ninetales. Amazing Ninetale Glossy added to the court record. A photo of the hero who sparked the monster craze and saved Ninetales from becoming a ghost town. So you keep saying that the Amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Amazing Ninetales' death? Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside? But that's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event.
The word round Ninetales is he was killed by Tenmataro.
Your villagers are really superstitious, aren't you?
That we are. We love conspiracy theories too, just like the mayor's diabolical plot.
The mayor of Tenmatown? What is he plotting?
Rumor has it he's been planning on releasing Tenmataro. That's why he wants the merger. He will open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control.
Ah. Of course. No. Like, Damien Tenma wanted to merge just the two towns because there are two very small towns and they could profit from one another by being one of the same, you know? The alderman was against the municipal merger, and the villagers of Ninetales probably don't want to be associated with Tenmatown as well. But they say that the mayor of Tenmatown wanted to merge the two villages together so that he could have access to the Forbidden Chamber. Yeah. That's quite a tale.
Ain't finished yet. There was only one person who could stop the mayor.
Yeah, the alderman.
Our hero, the amazing Ninetales.
Oh yeah, now they presented Damien as a supervillain mastermind. There's a big purple shadow of him looking down at the village with a sinister laugh, and then we see the hero looking up to him in full colors, standing his ground. Big poster.
He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenmatown and stop the municipal merger.
Apollo ... I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. Apollo, we still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember? About the alderman's murder. Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder?
I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. QB said I should. And I made double sure no one can come in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work.
You must be talking about the small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from here. And you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Filch?
I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenma's aide.
Florent LaBelle is his name. We don't have a picture of them. Florent LaBelle. So this was probably the blonde guy that we saw during one of the cutscenes. He had no name. He was wearing weird makeup with lots of eyeshadow, foundation too white for his complexion. So the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, all right? And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder?
Kept watch here the whole time. Didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, that their security camera would have spotted them.
So no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happens? So, do you think this mask is the real deal?
Without a doubt. This here's the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales.
What about that white hair I found inside the mask? Wait! I just thought of something! Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have been from this... Could it have come from this mask? Look! There's even a spot where some fur is missing! Then this places this mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... what does it mean? It means that the culprit tossed the mask by the window and fell into the cliff and eventually in the river got washed away. That's the only thing I can think of. Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger. This is the alderman. Yeah, somebody absolutely tampered with the crime scene. Of course, we already knew that. Yeah. No way! Could the Amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face. Oh no. No, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Golden Fur Max reattached to the Amazing Ninetales mask. Oh, okay, so now they fuse those two pieces of evidence together. Okay. Let me check. Yeah, they're fused. A mask found washed up by the riverside. It might have been at the crime scene. White hair inside. This part has an overbite only, but in these photos, it seems like it's a full face mask. But this mask is only covers up to the lip, not the chin. There's a piece of the mask that's actually missing. So it's only the top part. There should be the bottom that covers the chin and the neck. Kind of like Batman. It's a cowl. It's like there's two parts of the mask. That one that goes probably all the way to cover the chin, neck, and goes all around behind the ears, and then you put the fox mask on top of that to secure it. The mask is probably ripped, but I don't see any tear marks. It looks like it's been sewn that way. That's why I was saying that it's probably a half part. Okay, so can we present evidence? Hey, I know that picture. Yeah, you give it to me. That's my Amazing Ninetale Glossy. How dare you steal it from me? No, this is the one you gave me. Remember, you said you had lots more? I did? Well, it was never really mine in the first place, so... You can go ahead and keep it. Don't tell me I'm now guilty of receiving stolen goods. Alright, let's present the golden mask. Hey, that there's the Amazing Ninetales mask. You're aiming to sell it, ain't you? Why, you sneaky lily-livered... No, I'm not trying to sell it. It could be a key piece of evidence. Take a bite of... Piece of protein bar. Aw, too bad. I thought I would hook you up with this buyer I know. Wait, you want me to sell it? You mind if I ask you about this? Oh, that. Right. Well, does it ring a bell? Oh, it's ringing all right. Ching, 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 ching. You want to thank me? You want to thank me for all my hard work, and I humbly accept. No, this is a gift. Should have known this was a dead end. Okay, so this is the text we have when it doesn't collaborate with anything. Yeah, this is the same thing. Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? An airborne figure resembling Tenmataro was captured on camera around 3:40 p.m. near Ninetales Vale. And here's a pictorial representation of the... Yeah! Like I'm saying, it fits into the mask piece like a design choice, in which case, yeah, there's probably the other piece of the mask that's missing. I have a feeling that we're done with this guy.
Yeah, we're done with this guy. Let's go back to the Fox Chamber. We already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Yeah, I want to see if I ever missed something. Yeah, this panel. It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for. You ever watch the CSI shows? Yeah, I watch a lot of CSI New York because I like Gary Sinise. Why you bring that up? I read that the Japanese used to use them in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show. You mean like my attorney's badge? Poor Athena. Did you know that there were actually some CSI games that were designed by the same studio who did The Walking Dead? Yeah, I played some CSI games. Like, I remember playing a CSI game that was basically a glorified observation puzzle game. Basically, there was a cluttered room of all trinkets, and we have to find stuff like that were hidden in plain sight. I was playing that for a while. That would train my eye for finding stuff up. But then I got tired of it and I stopped. Then there was a CSI game on the 3DS. I played it for a while, but I never streamed it. I don't know if they made one recently. Risking why you're asking if you played doesn't sound like you have. I highly recommend checking those out because they're really... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, like, I don't know when was the last one, but it feels like... I know this would feel like the kind of game I would enjoy. Absolutely. But right now, I'm busy with Like a Dragon. I'm busy with Final Fantasy Rebirth, and there is a list of. You want to read? I'm gonna read to you my backlog. This is the game that I intend to play soon. There was Gothic Murder with another visual novel. Digimon Survive, Dreamfall Chapters, Whispering Willows, Caligula Effect, Trials of Mana, but I'm probably gonna skip it, Heavenly Bodies, Omori, another RPG game, Gardens Between, not sure, God of War Ragnarok, but if nobody's interested in God of War Ragnarok, probably I won't, but it came with the PS5, so I was like, why not? You know, Far Cry New Dawn, Final Fantasy X2 because I never played it, Final Fantasy 3 because I never played it, Final Fantasy Type 0 because I never played it, and it was free on the PlayStation Network. So an indie visual novel called The Pizza Delivery Guy Saved the World, Sonic Mania, Scott Pilgrim if anybody's interested, Coffee Talk, The Talos Principle, Not for Broadcast, which is accessible. It's an amazing game. I think if you don't play it here, you need to at least play it on your own because it's fantastic. Yeah? If I don't stream it, I'll play it for myself. And then I wrote Endling. Oh, Endline. Endline, Escape 2088, Murder Marine Express, 10 Dates, which is an FMV, Sea of Stars, which is a highly recommended RPG that got not as much exposure as they should. It's a game made from Montreal. It was crowdfunded. It was one of the most biggest success there was, and it was highly acclaimed by both critics and fans.
Master Detective Archives, Rain Code, but Rain Code is only if it's available on the PlayStation 5, which hasn't come out yet. Right now, it's a Switch exclusive still. Lost Judgment, but only if people are interested. Case File, Paulette Williams. Unpacking, Callisto Protocol, did I wrote that already? No, there's Caligula Effect, Talos Principle, and Callisto Protocol. Superliminal, Nobunaga's Ambition, Daedalus, Eiyuden Chronicle, there's a new Tintin game, and a Gargoyles game, which is basically, I think it's the port of the Genesis game. Yeah, I got pretty good games lined up. But now you want me to put CSI at the end of the line? So it's gonna take me a full year to play all these games. And this is only the backlog. There's some games that I want to play on the chill time, like JoJo, Bizarre's Avengers, Heaven's Door, A Boy and His Blob, The Sims, Rayman, Transformers Devastation, the 2064 read-only memory, Deltarune, that SpongeBob game, Crash Bandicoot, the Disney Collection, Danganronpa S. I played it a bit. I haven't finished it. It's 4 CSI game, I believe. You can get it in a pack. Okay. And Surgeon Simulator. So I have games for a year. That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. So let me check the other pieces of oh! Behind the door there are some debris. There's something behind the door. Another tanuki. Whatever it is, looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was open. Why would anybody put something there? Yeah, it's another tanuki. When they opened the door, they broke the tanuki. Wait. I just realized. Surgeon Simulator, I think it's one you could probably play on your own that time before it's not really that much. 2, it's not really story-based. Yeah, it's not really story-based. But it's still it still make room for hilarious content. Like I want to see like mess up. Like when they give me something that I can mess up with, like sometimes I can improv and make jokes on the fly. Like I'm curious to see how it go. It probably won't be a success, but yeah, it's like one of those chill games. Chill games just for fun. Yeah, that wasn't very smart. Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard this. She must have heard the scream and come running in here in a panic. Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too. I am? Wow, you really learn quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of WRIGHT Editing Agency. I can't tell whether she's serious or not. I like the idea. Did you know that there is an accessibility mod out now for Lethal Company? I heard. But that's a co-op game, right? It's like you need other players to play that game. If I'm not mistaken. Like, I don't mind making a collab for if people want to play Lethal Company, but what I'm lacking of is winning friends. The people that I know are already playing it. That's why I'm asking about, because I have a couple other friends that are interested in playing with me that could make for some very interesting content. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But right now, my agenda at the short end is pretty busy between my collab with Super Blind Man
And I'm so invested in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, I want to finish it before the month of April. And during the month of May, I'm going to work during the summer, so my schedule is going to change. Now, if Trucy said something like that, I would immediately know she was messing with me. I just realized something with the footsteps. When the carpet ends, so does the footsteps as well. So the footsteps were made on the carpet. They're made to suggest that they're leaving the door, but after that, there's nothing. So this detail adds up to the fact that they were planted. These were made to throw us off. Like if they were real, we would still see them on the wood floor outside the room. Alright, guess we did everything we could here. Let's go back to QB Manor. The garden. Any ideas? Come up with anything yet? Oh, of course I have! But it's not quite ready for prime time. Exactly, and there wouldn't be feathers scattered around by the footsteps either. Well, the ruffled feathers where the scene of the crime was, fine. But when you do escape and run away, there wouldn't be any feathers. Like the ruffled feathers where the scene of the crime was would suggest that there was going to be an altercation and a fight. Anyway, it's not quite ready for prime time, huh? The truth will only be revealed once we've dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's. In other words, it's still just a theory, so I still don't think I should say anything yet. It's the dilemma any great detective must face. Peace sign. Whatever. Widget! So, basically, you have no ideas. Thanks for nothing. Oh wait, there's something I can do. I can check my notes. Talk to Jinxie. Oh, this is where I am. So go meet my client. Go meet Athena Sykes. Gather information by searching crime scene. Talk to Phineas Filch. We need to talk to Jinxie Tenma. Murder of Alderman QB. So this is on my notes. The victim suffered a fatal abdominal spear thrust. Black feathers and tracks were found at the scene. Defendant, Damien Telma, age 45. Victim, Rex QB, age 46. So those are my notes. This is the case overview. Interesting. So we need to find Jinxie. What are your thoughts on the case so far? Well, I think our killer is most likely highly intelligent and stone cold cool. I mean, just look at how they killed the alderman. One decisive thrust, no hesitation. And you notice how? Psychology? That's right! I profiled the killer based on the evidence we found at the scene. Peace sign. I can almost picture the killer in my mind. A terrifying face twist from hatred towards the victim. Big, bulging eyes full of murderous intent, a horrible gash-like mouth from ear to ear, and wings black and sinister. Wings? That sounds like Tenma Taro. On second thought, scratch psychology, that last part was just my imagination. You think? Okay, so let's keep looking for... She's probably at the Yokai Lane. Yeah, she's at the Yokai Lane. April 17, Ninetales, Vale, Yokai Lane. Oh, look! There's Jinxie. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and... Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. A charm to make better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance. Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. No! Soy milk is disgusting! Jinxie! Hey, it's me! Eek! It's the demon lawyer! Charm on the face! Ah! Not another warding charm! She just stuck a warding charm on our face. Demon! Demon lawyer!
She thinks we're a demon lawyer because we're dressed in red and our licks. We have hair licks that shapes like demon horns. So red demon equals mean demon. It's like, ah! Apollo? Who is she? Oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene. Oh, so she's the one who... hello. My name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at this trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Where's Trucy? She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case. Wait, how do I know you didn't... that you didn't gobble her up alive? Relax, I didn't eat her up, and I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Oh, poor little Trucy. I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. She's quite an interesting character, huh, Apollo? Yeah, the incident. Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened? Not much, at least not yet. But you do think Tenmataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival? I don't know anything about that. She was looking away when she said that. Huh? You said Tenmataro murdered the alderman. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell me. Ah! What was that for? People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such things as monsters. Huh? What's gotten into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human? No, you're still a demon. Apollo ... Oh, I give up. It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenmataro for some reason. But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the Fox Chamber. Jinxie, about this charm. Ah, that's... You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenmataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right? That's true, but... If there's anything else you could tell us, it will really help. And it will help your father too. Alright then. Tenmataro did it. Why do you think Tenmataro's the killer? I saw him. I saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro was right there in the manor. There's an image of her looking at Tenmataro leaving, but he feels like he's going for the window, but that's impossible. He escaped his prison and ran right by me. What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw. I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. Okay. So the telephone is at the front of the corridor, so she had to turn the corner and call the police. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. It was right around here. Oh, on the corner. In front of the stairs, in the corridor that leads to the Fox Chamber. So it could have come from the air duct or the front door. He was running right at me. Yeah, the way they put it on the map, it could have been either way. So it probably came from the air duct. I was paralyzed with fear. And he came straight at her, going left. But there was no one around to help me. Shiver. And then he went down the stair. The foul beast raced right by me towards the foyer. Towards the foyer? Mr. Filch and Miss Bell were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too. Sounds like we'd better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. we're right about the air duct and window thing. Yeah, well, yeah. Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw. Don't be ridiculous. Tenmataro is the killer, and he can fly too. The Amazing Ninetales. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the Amazing Ninetales' true identity? Uh-huh. They said no one's ever seen him without his mask. Doesn't that make you want to know even more? Uh-huh. That's why matches where wrestlers tries to expose their opponents are so popular. Yeah, so basically it's like luchador rules. So, the Amazing Ninetales fights, saying that if he loses, he gets unmasked. So that would brings a crowd, because the crowd wants to see a good match. They either see their hero win, and if they lose, they get to see who their hero's true identity is. So it's a win-win for them. Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked? Eek, you even think like a demon, you perv! The only thing the winner remove is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battle for the wrestlers. That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's gotta be a story behind it. No one can stop the Amazing Ninetales. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the Alderman. The Tenmataro you saw. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime. Anything else stands out? Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Oh, one of those Shinto priest staff, like in Inuyasha. Why would he be holding a staff? And if he was holding a staff, why would he need a spear to kill the alderman? Doesn't make sense. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound. Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff? No, he does not. Good question. I never heard anything like that in any shown on the scroll. Yeah. And every picture of Tenmataro shows him without being unarmed. He was fighting with talons all the time. So yeah, why would he carry a priest staff? Basically, it's an exorcist thing as well. It's to bless and exorcist. If he's a demon, the staff will be the last thing he would hold in his hand. How about in other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff? This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demons are forever cursed. Yeah, like during the reenactment, the villagers were shaming us because we were looking at Tenmataro square in the eyes. Everybody would avert his gaze by fear of being cursed. Then what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Yokai Legend Scroll updated in the court record. The sole document showing what Tenmataro looks like. It seems those who foolishly choose to depict the demon are cursed. Okay. Jinxie's statement added to the court record. Jinxie's eyewitness account of the demon in the hallway near the crime scene. She says it fled towards the foyer. I'm gonna read it again, just to see if there's anything else we missed. After leaving the scene and calling the police, they passed each other at a bend in the hall as he made for the foyer. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. She couldn't call for help because there was no one else in the hall. So Mr. LaBelle and Mr. Filch weren't not where they say they were. So Filch is a liar. Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier? Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell. Mr. LaBelle? Papa's aide. Oh, right. The other guy was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you? Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime. That's what it's looking like, because he couldn't have been in the caretaker's office because he would have seen, yeah. Village superstition? They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do, look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Everyone from babies to the village elders knows about it. But I didn't because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. You'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? So yeah, this was a scene during the reenactment. There was somebody dressed as Tenmataro. The guy at the special eventing said almost the exact same thing. Apollo, you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro? I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we'd better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. The last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. We went there was nobody there. Bueno! Next stop, the Manor Foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. Now there's Italian as well. April 17, QB Manor Foyer. There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something? Somebody left something on the sill of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide. 3 p.m. Tenmatown Pro Wrestling, Howling Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Blow by Blow commentary by Timothy Twilight. Tenmatown. Those are weird wrestling names. Howling Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Eek! Vampire Twilight. Yeah, nicely done. Timothy Twilight, Vampire. Yeah. Eek! It's a... Oh, Mr. Filch, what can we do for you? I bet she was going to scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. Nothing I need you to do for me, but what business you got with my TV listings? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask you if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, it was a match between a couple of rank amateurs though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I couldn't done better than that. I seriously doubt that. TV listing added to the court record. Filch TV program guide, the afternoon wrestling match was a total disaster. How long is this? Almost forgot, there's something I wanted to ask him. 1 hour? That's what he was doing during the scene of the crime. He didn't saw anything because his eyes were glued on the TV. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Huh? Tenmataro? Where? So, did you see him?
My, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Ah, he's changing the subject again. Bet you're shining up every day, really purty like. The ladies must love it.
Don't change the subject! And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee towards the foyer. So you must have seen it too if you were there.
Yipes!
Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? Who says hold it? Oh, this is Florent Labelle.
Hold it!
So he's wearing purple. He has a flower corsage, and he's adjusting it endlessly. His buttons are shaped like bow ties, but he's wearing a necktie. He's wearing purple. He has some padded shoulder, very square-like. Some pads that they... You know those pads they put on top of the shoulder for military grade? Like, ranking officer have those. So, yes, though, he's wearing earrings. Yeah, purple eyeshadow, pale foundation, pale pink lipstick, welcome yellow hair, very a feminine gaze. But it's quite a man who likes to dress up nice looking, try to look good looking.
That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friend anymore. Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir.
And you are?
I am Florent Labelle, a beau divine and personal aide to Mayor Damien Tenma.
Beau divine? More like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters.
Oh, excuse you!
Oh, so his flower is actually a perfume bottle, and he just pushed at us. A pauldron. Yeah, kind of pauldrons, yeah. Square, rectangularly yellow pauldrons. And then he just threw some perfume at us. And he's pinching his nose and covering his face. Ah! What the hell was that for?
It was just a little cologne. You have a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics, called Je suis la Belle. Oh, what a heavenly scent.
Ugh, I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. Okay, what's this guy up to?
I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that this is brand number 5, Bonjour. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy.
Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw about the time of the murder. Alright, we're gonna talk to him, keeping Jinxie quiet. Now he produces a notebook and he's looking through the pages. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro.
Why, that little... So, she told you she saw this demon, did she?
Mr. Labelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstition?
Oh, please! I was merely trying to keep with traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do.
He fake mimic wiping tears. He's fake crying. Those are crocodile tears.
That much is true. He is one scary monster.
That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real?
Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster.
He put his a hand on his front of his mouth to try to hide his mockery. His shoulders are moving, like, yeah, he's chuckling. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see Ten Mat... Ah!
Look, Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right. I didn't see nothing, especially not Mataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you.
I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Your alibi. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime?
In other words, you would like to hear my alibi. Just to think you would suspect me of all people. Fake crime.
Oh, no, it's just a formality. We ask everyone the same question.
How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. Here's some more perfume. Psh, psh, psh.
Like that spritz really helped.
What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Filchi, answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were, in this here foyer. Exactly. Good answer, Filchi, good answer. Just repeating what you told me.
Yeah, you said quite enough. Push, push, push. Throwing perfume at him. What's with these 2? Great, now he's got me talking like that.
Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know.
Right, well, thanks for your help. So, yeah, there's some words that are in caps, so that I put some emphasis on them. So, when he says, what's with these 2, it's because with was in caps, so he talks just like him. Yeah, the Filch was going to spill the beans. So these 2 were in the foyer, but didn't see Ten Mataro.
Come on, Filchi. Where are we going? Oh, right. Gotta practice them statements for tomorrow.
Yipes! Oh, my eyes! Ah!
You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday.
Apple ... What does he mean, practice statements?
Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup.
Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Ten Mataro. Really? How can you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotion from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice, and my ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill. But what do you mean he's preoccupied with Ten Mataro? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Ten Mataro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway. Everywhere we turn, it's Ten Mataro this, Ten Mataro that. We should go talk to the mayor, too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Ten Mataro. Oh, we're going straight to the detention center. So this is the end of the chapter. April 17, detention center, visitor's room. Something's wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Ten Mataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, ugh. Oh, he's here! Resting angry face. ... So nice to finally meet you! I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Taro! Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you too. Glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name. Apollo, he's just as kind as gentle looking as I imagined. Lucky for you after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you want to or did set Tenmataro free.
What other nonsense?
Yikes!
They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you.
A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he?
What he really needs to work on are his people skills.
Tenmataro's revival? So rumor has it that you want to push this merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Sorry if I offended you.
So that's the talk around town, is it?
I can see how that would make you angry.
What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this?
Huh?
You must break out of here at once, or Tormentor must be taught a lesson!
No, wait. First we have to get you a not guilty verdict first.
Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold right there, sweet Jinxie. Daddy's coming to save you.
Relax. We'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free.
Is that so? Oh, you don't need me. You don't need me to go straighten things out myself, do you?
Ooh, boy. They probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at their school.
Oh, right. I have to ask you about the reason behind the merge. Why the merger?
It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly?
Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism.
Oh! Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling?
Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary.
I knew it! My bracelet is reacting! What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense, because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that?
Wait, so you believe me just like that?
Well, sure, each of us have our own special gifts. Oh yeah, Tina has a gift too, her special sense of hearing. Still, what do you think the mayor's lying about?
I don't know, but it's our job to find out.
It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First, I touch my bracelet, triangle. Now let's give it a whirl.
Okay, where do I need to look?
Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. Under his right eye? Just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Alright, I got him now. Yeah. His right eye is twitching. I got him now. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Gotta pore over every word he said and wait for it to appear. And when he does, I'll perceive it with triangle.
Yeah, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism.
So it twitches when he says in terms of tourism.
Gotcha!
Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth.
The truth? I don't understand.
When you mention tourism, the bottom of your right eye starts twitching.
What nonsense is this? So what if it did?
Please tell us more about your merger bid.
What more is there to tell?
Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you're yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. It does? You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetale Vale, so you felt it would be an attractive price for its tourism, but what would contradict? That would contradict this. Oh, okay, I get it now. It's the amazing Ninetale Glossy because it's the Ninetale. Let me check the. Yeah, he claims that it's the yokai craze that revitalized the village, but it actually was the wrestler Amazing Ninetales that did it.
Take that!
The monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the Amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. So yeah, it's the Ninetales that made the village into a yokai-themed attraction, not the other way around. The village was practically a ghost town before then, because the Ninetales was from Ninetales Vale. So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, Alright, we asking again why the merger? Are you really telling me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I received a threat. It says either I go through with the merger or my Jinxie dies. What? How awful! Who would do such a thing? I don't know. But whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same? Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer wanted the merger at all costs, had all the motive in the world. But why go from blackmail to murder? The merger protest won't disappear just because the alderman was killed. Could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder? Like what? Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity. And his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's merger scheme. What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo? I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Oh, we're really going with this. So Apollo genuinely thinks that the mayor was actually the Ninetales and that he was killed. Alright, let's present the evidence. The golden mask. Mayor Tenma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What is the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Ninetales himself. No way! The alderman was. Impossible! Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the Alderman's secret identity. Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the Amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer scheme. He opposed the merger and as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene? There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift. This is absurd! Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yeah, a blackmail letter unfortunately disappeared after the murder. I'd been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it's suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned. Polo, do you really think the Tenmataro that Jinxie saw is the killer? I don't know. All I know is there's no such thing as monsters. What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenmataro to do their dirty work? Come on, there wasn't any Tenmataro to release in the first place. Yeah, but the only suspect the police have right now are the mayor and the yokai. We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, are you alright? I'm fine. I'll think of something. Better because I can very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial. To be continued. Alright, we're finished investigation. Do you want to save your progress? Yes. Save complete. Continue on the next chapter, yes. April 18, 9:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Athena is playing with her earring. Who's dandling? You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! Hey! Did you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I found that shouting, "I'm fine," in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Chords of Steel voice workout, and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right. Don't mind the bailiff in the back. I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! Alright, I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine! Da-da-da. I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I said all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. How about we finish up with a race around the courthouse? Peace sign. The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. Phoenix! Hey, what's with all the racket you two? Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? Yeah, he doesn't have his badge yet. Oh, is he gonna pass the exam now? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's a huge news! Why now?
I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. Yeah, this is what he was wearing in the hoodie and the beanie and the locket and the stubble beard. The stubble. Now he's well combed, well shaven, and the locket is on his breast pocket. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that he was a prosecutor. He's also uses psychology. That's right, I heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defense confess. Psychology in the courtroom? Been hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Ah, I knew it was going to be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole, at least I hope for your sake. Like, he's called the Twisted Samurai, but I don't think he's gonna be wielding a katana. But then again, that would not be the first time that there will be a weapon in court. Like, remember Francesca's whip? So, yeah, if it's a real samurai with a katana... Wait, so is this true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you would like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes! Better tone down my cords of steel too. So, you all ready? Might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine! I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this! The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice! April 18, 9:30 a.m. District Courtroom. District Court, courtroom number 4. The door opening. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. I know that big booming voice anywhere, as chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I'm Bettina Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner, and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. Nobody yet? It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. Fulbright. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Yeah. Okay, they're just taking him out of jail. So he studied the case when he was in jail. So he's gonna come into the courthouse in shackles, and they're gonna uncuff him on the bench. Prison? Oh yes, of course. I almost forgot that he's currently serving time. Cutscene? Yeah, we're looking at him. Wearing black, very long hair.
Yep, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate.
Ponytail. Katana. See him, a picture of him, black and white, slashing somebody. Oh, he killed somebody with a katana. Yeah, blood. Dripping from the sword. Pool of blood. This looks like one of the Athena Sykes' memory. Unlocking the prison door. But even a
convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Yeah, he's wearing his prosecutor's clothing, not his inmate clothing. He has a samurai logo, a samurai crest of a feather. One half white, one half black. I don't know if it's makeup or it's just restlessness, but he has some very, very deep eye bags that goes all the way down his cheek in a triangular pattern. So now he's leaning against the bench back towards the judge. So now we can see his black ponytail. He has a white bangs. ... Who's that with his back to us over there?
That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackquill.
Ahem. Is the prosecution ready?
Blackquill ... Okay, so now he looks over his shoulder to the judge, and he's holding a quill on his mouth like it's a string of grass or a cigarette. But it's probably like a string of glass, a grass. Now he turns back.
Enough jabbering. Get on with it already.
Of course, forgive me.
Why are all the people related to this case so scary?
Very well, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your opening statement, please.
He still have his shackles. He just banged the stand.
What's the matter?
He's pointing his temple, and since he's still shackles, it's gonna make a clinking sound.
Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right here in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless.
Now he's grabbing his chin in a thinking position.
Pointless? Oh, well...
Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue.
But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand.
Well then, your baldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors?
Yo! Calling the judge your baldness and why don't you do it yourself is like, what a cocky attitude. Alright, stay in jail, see if I care.
Who? Me?
There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And they decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool.
Huh?
Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Alright, so he's already using psychology and suggestion. Alright, so yeah, he's smart, but he's an asshole at the same time. I don't like him one bit.
Old dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren?
Exclamation mark. Judge shakes his head.
All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? You actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about.
The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cuby, alderman of Ninetails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder.
And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested?
His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive.
So, in a nutshell,
I would have to say the charges against the defendants are incontrovertible. Incontrovertible?
Bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head.
Ho ho ho! Flattery will get you everywhere.
He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Yeah, he's doing all the prosecutor's work now. Boo! I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here.
I'll also heard that you would provide protection if it ever comes to that.
Blackwell ... It seems that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Oh. Fulbright. Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Oh, I will never give up on you, Simon Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Ah, okay. So if anybody else who would be assigned to Blackwell, he would fall into his power suggestion. So they picked the dumbest, the fullest of all tooks. So they put Bobby Fulbright because it doesn't work. It's too thick. Can't go through. Fool of a took.
Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright.
You got it. But first, I would like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. Witness testimony about the murder. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. I don't believe that. And by the way, the teacup was on the alderman's side, so if anybody was drugged by coffee, that would be him. Alderman QB has been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right, the accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he would be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. Oh. QB's autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death, stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death around 3:20 p.m. Victim had been in a drug-induced slumber. Okay. Maybe both of them were drugged.
And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible?
Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman has been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Never heard of the incredible feats of which a man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we just test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. There's no blade. Okay. There's no blade, but his handcuff prevents him from doing a full slash move. So basically, he can be so swift he could produce an air blade with his fingers, or he can use his quill as a blade, and that will be enough to be slashing. You know those anime, those ultimate swordsmen you can see in anime who could cleave a guy in half with a feather with the power of ki. And so your life is spared for now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Haha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever made a false arrest. The accused Brits were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Your baldness.
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute.
He has the judge leaning towards a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. That mayor's a strange one, all right.
I heard he went to a blood drive and instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court.
Your boldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I heard here they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again. And then the background goes black. And then fade to black. Perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to launch at you at any moment.
Hold it!
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement. It's a do-rag. No, it's not. I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Back. Show his back. Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Phew, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo, he has the judge dancing in the palm of his hands. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impression to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his assailant?
Against his attacker. I couldn't find my remote. None other than this statue right here.
It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle.
Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art. Fox and demon statue updated in the court record. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Okay. Yeah, this confirms my suspicions. So we have confirmation that this is indeed
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright. Justice vs. Blackwheel, about the murder. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall.
Hold it!
So, those weapons on the wall of the Fox chamber, I presume those are real? Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, the Alderman insisted to be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's club in his possession. Apparently, one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle. What? That's gotta be an old wives' tale. Ha ha ha! The Alderman had pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death. Now he's pinching the bridge of his nose, and he raises his eye up as he cries rivers, and he's holding a white handkerchief, waving it. Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon. Your wish is my command. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damon Tenma, were found on the murder weapon.
Hold it!
It doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prints could be easy wiped off. You do have a point there. I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prints because he could not. What do you mean? Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Well, don't you just stand there, show him who's boss. I'm totally lost. So why don't you just tell me the answer already? I don't think he saw that plea for help. You feeling alright, kid? Running a fever, perhaps? I wish trials came with a reset button.
Well, the specific may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright.
At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested.
Hold it!
Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was the sedative in his coffee? Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup. And that is why he was out cold. That is until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mare. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I, too, would have risen for the attack, or for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge. He's chuckling and banging the table as he laughs. Prosecutor Blackwell, please. Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court. Says the jester in detective's guise. Moving right along. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab.
Hold it!
So the Alderman was drugged because he was really strong? Or did you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised the spear even managed to pierce that armor-like musculature. I admit I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his. Ha ha ha! Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on. Quite a difference when compared with a yellow belly like you. Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore? Yeah, and the color's all wrong too. Oh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato? I move to strike both of your comments from the record.
Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now, let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular Alderman was impaled.
Yes, well, your average person will likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted the victims awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back.
Hold it!
Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear?
Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged, then speared once and served with a righteous counterattack.
But does being a former pro wrestler makes him superhuman?
Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here.
Setting aside the half-wit's flights of fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his curing.
So, he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds all airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he's only thinking it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. He grabbed a statue and struck back. If he grabbed the statue, there would have been some fingerprints on the statue. I'm gonna save just to be sure.
Objection!
Yeah. Did the alderman really strike the mayor?
What? Are you questioning my sense of justice?
Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue you're supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory.
It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is all about Detective Statue Cherry.
QB found unarmed, there are no fingerprints, it's not broken. There are no fingerprints. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing any gloves.
Yes, I believe he's quite glovesless indeed.
If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during the investigation, didn't you?
Ah, this can't be happening! Did I arrest the wrong man?
Rubble, 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 rubble. You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. 1. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox Chamber? Exactly, and this could be the big break we've been looking for.
There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense assertion?
Back to the judge. The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. Yeah, basically Dono is a title they give between samurai. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. Thurns? A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There's a perfect good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at?
Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth?
Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now let's see, how was that cloth used? Was it used by QB as a head covering, to wipe off the blood, or to wrap the statue? Oh, they wrapped the statue with the blood, bunked it on the head, blood got stained, and then it was dropped, and then the armchair fell on it. Okay, it was used to wrap the statue. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah!
Precisely. A bully for you, boy.
Oh, it was nothing. Apollo, don't let me start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole from the prosecution. I did? Ah, I did.
Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back.
Oops. Fox and Demon statue updated in the court record. The weapon used to bludgeon the mayor wrapped in a large cloth. 2 pages worth of description.
How do you see how dull your mind is?
I'll make sure to sharpen it next time.
A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me.
Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef?
It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all.
I was kind of attached to that hole. Now what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Okay, I'm back in business.
Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer.
Prove the existence of this real killer then. What evidence have you?
Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine! Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue.
Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Objecting your partner. Ah!
Pathetic little Justice Dono. Objecting to your old partner. What a fool.
Sorry. I guess I got carried away.
Mr. Justice, we have no time to deal with objections between members of the defense.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's just this kid's still a kid, you know. She's 18. Ouch! You meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright.
So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks from a yokai, as you put it?
No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman.
Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that?
Sorry, I need to sort my papers. Not that I need them, but I'm still looking for my remote control that I haven't found since yesterday.
and since I moved some papers while I was gathering my thing for my income to send it to my accountant, try to figure out what I did with it. Because I don't need my remote control to turn on the TV. I just press the PlayStation button and the TV opens itself. However, after a while, my TV, if I don't press any button on the TV, it will auto shut down idly. Like say there's a timer, and that every time, like after 4 hours, it will turn itself off automatically. So I always try to grab the remote control and press a button after they're telling me, like, by 1 minute warning, like the TV is about to turn off. The thing is, if the TV turns off, so does the PlayStation. I don't know why it's like that. I didn't program the PlayStation to react like that, but now I'm generously looking for my remote control into the cracks and other stuff. I'm feeling kind of embarrassed. Okay, I found it. Like, I was leaning down and reaching for the floor underneath the couch. Couldn't find it, but now I can. So yeah, I found my remote. Why indeed? Shakes his head.
Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is.
Ouch. This I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright.
Oi, Fulbright, explain to his boldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks.
What? You mean you can't explain all that? Our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession.
Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks.
Witness testimony. Sorry. I'm gonna do a little bit of cleaning. There's some dead bodies. Empty cans. I'm calling them dead bodies. Okay. Are you still there, blind pizza guy? Are you maybe on your dinner break? Yeah, he's probably on his dinner break. It's okay. This entire case centers on one main attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Okay, so it's part of the... So those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears? Absolutely, he knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds.
Those feathers only gave way to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon, Tenmataro, there is.
Tenma who?
Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon, and thus they were blinded to other, more plausible explanations.
Hold it! Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imagination run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect?
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor.
And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is as much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Oh. Dollard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. Ah! The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman. And thus, our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe that Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fool Bright.
Right! It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The Amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestler and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice.
But do the people of Ninetales really believe a yokai is behind the crime?
Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds.
Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey.
You don't say! Was this inmate a con artist?
No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey?
Yes, well... Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
Feathers and tracks.
This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong?
Oh, absolutely. They parade around in yokai costume shouting, "Down with Mayor Tenma!" And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers.
But when the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenmataro, the dark lord of their kind. Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenmataro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy.
Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act?
Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters.
Hold it!
The Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right?
That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma Town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was a champion.
Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town pro wrestling.
He was amazing! If there was a real superhero, it would be him! I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday.
I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He could even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell. A police detective and a prisoner in chains. You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would.
Ha 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 ha! So you do understand the greatness that is the Amazing Ninetales? So he stoked the village fear by fabricating a monster.
Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears?
Absolutely, it had an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenma has been them shaking in their boots.
Oh my, is it really that bad?
That superstitious lot. It's as if Jack the Ripper has been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus.
I see. That's a very persuasive argument.
The mere thought of his honor buying it into Simon the Psycho Slasher words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now.
So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers and tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Hold it! But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder?
What do you mean?
You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fear. If so, why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB?
Excellent point.
It is, isn't it? So Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Back to the... Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman QB's secret identity. Apollo! I think Professor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene.
Oh my, but why would that have been there?
Turns around. The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more?
Well, could it really be?
Your baldness has an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales. And the mere discovery of this fact was his motive for murder! No! Okay, from the back of Fulbright, I realized that the strap is not from a backpack, but because of a holster. So we're assuming it was for a gun holster near his chest, but it's actually for his badge.
Order! Order! What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear.
What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they would tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness?
I admit it does. It is odd that he had to this other persona. Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement.
Very astute of you, your baldness.
Right, now take a look at this.
Blackmail letter. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetale Vale with Tenma Town. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest good. Your dearest as good as dead. This is the blackmail letter that Damien Taro received. Damien Tenma, sorry, not Damien Taro.
If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetale Vale with Tenma Town. This blackmail letter was found in the Alderman's QB's pocket.
Oh, no they didn't. Okay, everything makes sense once we know that at the beginning of the game, Tenma's aide did the killing blow. he had more motive for the merger, so he blackmailed Damien Tenma to the blackmail. And then when he killed the alderman, to make it pin on Damien easier, he took the blackmail letter and put it on the alderman, thinking it was meant for him. Sorry about that. So, if Damien Tenma is out of the picture, the aide could be the new mayor. What? At present, the alderman's wife is in the hospital. And that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Oh. Coincidence. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talking about being up the creek without a paddle. Blackmail letter added to the court record. Threatening letter discovered in one of Alderman Juby's pockets. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales.
So it was the amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light.
Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence. And that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. No. Because the tracks were made out of blood. There were no blood. So if he killed them, nah, that doesn't make sense. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo.
This is the crime scene photo, and just what does this prove?
Well, it proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim. He shakes his head. But that would be impossible. If you look right there, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. The blood? I'm gonna go with the blood. Yeah, the blood was there first, and then the feathers were on top of the blood.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice?
Yep. Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. And then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said to yourself the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Ah, there must be some mistake.
Order! Order!
Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha 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 ha! Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness testimony for you. You do?
But how?
Points his finger together.
Why, was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked?
He's taking this really hard.
Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have?
I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Da-da-da. Black Quill, da-da-da. Fulbright, da-da-da. Everybody, da-da-da. Apollo, da-da-da. Will somebody please say something?
The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means.
You dare to mock this court and justice itself? You unfit to bear your name, boy!
Your baldness. It appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Huh?
Hold it!
Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out.
Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was it, this yokai you were talking about?
It's all in the statement here. Jinxie Tenma assert that she saw Tenma Taro. After she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. That she saw Tenma Taro fleeing towards the foyer. The defense assert that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise.
What?
How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before?
The defense just proved there was someone else.
So the mayor isn't the killer?
It was all set up. The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good, now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Black Wheel. Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled towards the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it, both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't you those two see the Tenma Taro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something.
I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objection to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby.
I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he would end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know.
Very well then. Bailiff! Please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? The name's Fitz. Phineas Filch, caretaker of the QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Shoes. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch.
Ah, it's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again.
They're all yours, your honorship, sir. What? But they seem awful expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I cannot accept such gifts. Oh, Edix Schmedix, just take them if you want them. Polish them all real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenma Tower in the foyer after the murder.
Guarding the foyer.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3.
No, you were watching the wrestling match.
But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no sirree.
That yokai you keep jabbering on was but a phantom of a little girl's dream. So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenma Taro?
Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the holy truth, and nothing but the truth. And Tenma Taro? Bah, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo-jumbo, do you? I certainly don't.
Nah. We got a reaction. My bracelet. It's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Filch has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on the tell. Some sort of nervous habit. Oh! Falcon! What in the... Yeah, he's wearing a scarf with the same color as Blackquill. So this hawk is probably Blackquill's pet. So it's... You know what I think it is? We cannot use the bracelet in court because the prosecution will consider this as foul play. And the Falcon is intercepting our work. What's a hawk doing in here? Yep, Falconer. Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it its new home, in fact. Petting the hawk. Caressing his throat. He doesn't live with you, you know, in jail. Who has ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud, and that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't some sort of trick or... Hey! Let go of my bracelet! Oh, I won't be able to spot squawk like this.
What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom.
Oh! Landing on the judge's, not head, but behind the throne that he said, behind the chairs, perching on the chair, the top of the chair. But it feels like he landed on his head.
Somebody help!
Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed.
Yeah, right now we can hear the hawk scratching the back of his head with his talent. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Tenma Taro there, Filch would have seen him. We just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Boo! We cannot use our power because of that stupid hawk. Guarding the foyer.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked.
Hold it!
Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have you handle guard duty?
Because he trusts me, I am the manor's caretaker after all.
So you took said guard duty seriously?
Let me tell you something about me. I'm... Yipes!
Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and not else.
Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir.
Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb.
Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest.
Hold it!
So no one could get to him? Sounds like security was pretty tight.
That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around festival time.
And the solution was to entrust the manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. You know, take someone to know one? I don't know. Maybe more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me.
So the witness testified that he took his guard duty seriously? Yes, sir, your honorship, sir. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. Whoop!
Hold it!
Did you really keep an eye on the foyer like the entire time?
Poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy schmancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. I didn't mean to get off subject there.
Sheesh, Blackwells didn't even say anything.
To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye, both of them in fact, on the foyer.
No. I don't need to press that last statement. This is enough. TV listings.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch.
Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that.
Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled, something you'd never miss.
I didn't watch that one, no sorry. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to do.
This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right?
Yikes!
Not only that, you even told me you watch it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, you admit to slacking off?
You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty watching TV and the foyer at the same time.
The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional on is professional thief.
Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off?
That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV at the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Bold, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
Yeah. No, because the way the setup in his office has been made, his back is on the stairs. When he's looking at the TV, he cannot look at the foyer at the same time. For it to work, he would have to change position with the TV. He would have put his desk where the TV is. That way he can have the television and the foyer inside his field of vision. So I'm going to present the foyer diagram.
Take that!
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right here should be, I would think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time.
Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance.
Exactly. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim.
Yikes! The bag's out of the cat, or I mean the other way around.
He's standing on top of an orange box because he's too small to stand on the stand.
Order, order, order! But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's stellar work ethic relevant to this case?
It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really couldn't have been a Tenmataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? Taka! This. I'm not a mind reader. Ah! Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki?
They were? I mean, yes, they were.
But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't?
My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, 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 loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon.
So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by?
Yep, my ears were working full time, so who's the liar now, you no good shyster?
A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career.
Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing, and them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine.
Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to the Scorch again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. And he flies. Next, and he's pestering Filch.
Yikes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requested that the witness revise his testimony accordingly.
Years working overtime, yeah.
It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky, squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer.
Superstition is the religion of the feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world will be but upside down. Says the convict prosecutor is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world.
And besides, if there were any yokai roaming around, I would nab him and sell them to the zoo.
I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor is sure to be convicted. Then we'd better hope my guns fire bullets and not BBs.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Ears working overtime.
It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV.
Hold it!
You are paid for your work, aren't you? So how do you justify watching TV on the job?
It ain't easy being me, okay? I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors and there's no way to record stuff. Record stuff.
Sorry, am I supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? So yeah, this is an expression I haven't heard in a while, first world problem. If those are his only problems, he should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch.
My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime.
You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you?
Oh, and that? Ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right?
Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours.
Yeeps! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue.
At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case.
You were negligent in your duties, were you not?
Yes, sir, I was, sir, but it ain't like that. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by.
I think here I'm gonna present the testimony. Yeah. Let me read it again. He was carrying a staff-like implement that jingled. So if he...
Objection!
Oh, I missed. Consider the evidence. There's obviously something wrong with that statement. Your gall knows no bound. I'm shocking. It's shocking, really. What's that supposed to mean? You stand there, brazenly objecting to perfectly factual statement. One does not see such shameless behavior that often.
A penalty for your shameless attorney.
Oh no, looks like Blackwell's turning the judge against me.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, eh, Mr. Filch?
As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle.
Uh-oh. Jingle jangle, how does he do that?
Oh, it's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles.
What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jigsy mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object and made a jangly sound. I guess that's the sort of the noise then.
Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information?
Very important. So now I'm gonna object to the fact that he also claims that carries a staff. So basically, my objection means nothing because if I would press him, I wouldn't know that he would have gone the same way. Extremely vital. I request that it to be added to the testimony.
If Tenmataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle.
But there's no the sole document showing what Tenmataro looks like.
Objection!
There you go. Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say. Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up.
Is there something the defense would like to share with the court?
Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff?
Huh?
You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hand. And she described it, it sounds just like you did. A kind of a jangly sound.
Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
Shake his head. The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally.
What are you talking about?
You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch?
You're right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Ah! So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff?
I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. You know what I think? The Tenmataro that we heard is actually Phineas Filch. And the reason why when he run he would make a jingle jangle sound is because he's wearing keys around his neck. That's what jangles.
Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this.
Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff. The scroll is wrong. He actually saw Tenmataro, or Filch is a scatterbrain. No, he saw it. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff.
Busted again!
Bloody hell! You duplicitous little... Okay, so this is the first time that Black Will received a blow. He got surprised, and he's holding his chest like he just received a sword wound. Yeah, how's that feel, Black Will? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, that is. Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Yeah, so when Black Will received the hit, Taka left the shoulder and left an arrow falling. Not an arrow, a feather. Well?
I'm begging you, please don't make me say it.
But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact.
No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be.
Who? He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it, they say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Jinxie would admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstition. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he would claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too?
So Mr. Big Time, City Slicker Lawyer has heard about them. That old village superstition? Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about?
The people of Ninetales Vale believe some pretty strange tales, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro.
Darn straight that's why. It's all right here.
Village superstition. So there's actually a notebook that says that he writes all the superstitions down. Village superstition. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstition will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. So, this is freaking weird. Like, if you talk about seeing him, if you don't want your soul to be captured, you gotta leave the village for good? What kind of bullshit is this? This is like secular sect bullshit right there. It's like creating dumb rules to keep the order around to keep control under a small village. Ignoring the superstition will cost you your soul?
See, that's why us folks in Ninetales can't talk about seeing Tenmataro.
Village superstition added to the court record. Superstition that had been handed down generation to generation in Ninetales Vale. Boo. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstition by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer.
What?
Rubble. Very similar to an incident in Genshin Impact. A small town that was ruled like this boy, they sure got what was coming to them, yeah.
Superstition, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could easily expose the culprit?
So yeah, welcome back, Blind Pizza Guy. How was your dinner?
You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Shakes his head. Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwill.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clique, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetales Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. So he spread his arms as much as he can with the shackles and then banged both fists on the counter. It was good. I have teriyaki pork chops and Alfredo noodles and Italian bread roll. Ooh. You got me hungry for bread now. A teriyaki pork is always delish. With a side of Alfredo noodles. Yummy. Grrr. And he's got another blow. Gah!
Order! Order, I say! You fool of a tanuki! 2 times now, your lies are cost me. Sorry, I promise not to do it again.
Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him. Yeah, he promised him if he's gonna lie again, his tongue is gonna be on the menu, so he's feeding this guy's tongue to the hawk.
Yay! He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills!
And he ran away. Ah, he took off.
Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him, and with your fastest man.
That's certainly not something you see every day. Rubble.
Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objection, Prosecutor Blackwill? ...
He's no longer leaning on the table, turning his back to the judge. Oh, he broke his chain! Uh-oh. What?
Huh? Oh!
His shackles. Through... Oh. I'm too young to that. Okay, so he spit the quill that he had in his mouth, and he throws something so fast, I have no idea what it was. So it was probably a shuriken. The arrow flew towards Apollo Justice near his face, and then it was split in half by the shuriken. I'm too young to die!
Justice, no. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You at best say your prayers.
Eek! Now the judge is hiding. Rubble. Convict on the loose. Somebody restrain the prosecutor.
Detective, do something!
Have no fear. Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us.
Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwill, for it is his sense of justice that set him free.
Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Judge objecting.
Silence.
Oh. Okay. Okay, now he's back with the back on the stand. So yeah, he says silence when he's mad. So in Japanese, it's gonna be yakamashi. I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards.
Well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to,
I think the judge just forgot he's in charge here. Okay, he turns around. So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right? And that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman QB.
Silence.
Slash again. Now he's, banging both his arms on the stand with freed, like, with a broken chain. Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right, she said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. He was hiding in the air vent. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed, murdered victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up as, like, Tenma. Then why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber?
Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room.
I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long as my blade thirsted for blood, at long last it shall be sated. Wait, this isn't still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice, no. Drawing position. Taka pestering Justice.
Very well then, both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Huh?
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess?
Just so, plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo.
The loo? You mean the bathroom?
Sheesh. At least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. And then the Taka perch on behind the judge's chair, scratching the back of his head.
Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins.
No longer a trial, battle. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell's the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? Okay, April 18, 10:40 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenma Taro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? Oh, Damien Tenma is here.
Such fine swordmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel.
No, wait, let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence.
I suppose it could wait until later.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here?
Athena, I'm gonna go wash up.
Remember what Black Quill said, Apollo, don't be late.
April 18, 10:43 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 4.
Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Telma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now if the witness is ready, that is.
Okay, she's cowering underneath the stand and using the metal tray as a mirror. And then we can see the reflection on her face. Oh. So she saw the judge, and then she thinks it's the yokai Nurarion. No, Nurarion, leader of the 100 demon. He really does exist. That's why she's using a mirror so she cannot look straight at him in his eyes. Wow, that is one well-polished tray.
The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony would be inadmissible.
Eek!
What is this? What is it, my child?
Begone, Nurarion! I'm throwing a warding charm in your face, leader of the 100 demons.
Oh ho ho ho! You think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will.
Eek! My charm has no effect! The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one.
Black Will ... Now, you little scamp!
Yes?
I trust you know why you're here.
Hiding behind the tray. Bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy tanuki. Try the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it.
Yeah, it's true. There's a ramen bowl that's called a tanuki ramen, but it's not really made of tanuki tails. It's just a name. Everyone's a comedian. No, I mean your bags, the one under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azuki-Arai away.
Azuki-Arai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans?
Oh yeah, this guy, Azuki-Arai. I remember. He's always by the riverside washing away Azuki red beans. And he's making a rattle. And this is a demon that keeps people from sleeping. I remember that guy, that yokai.
The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azuki-Arai often keeps people at night with the noise he makes washing the beans.
Rattle.
But if you stick with his charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackwill got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene.
What is this, yokai watch? Yeah, kinda. Like, I said it at the beginning of the chapter, like, the Ninetales Veil was yokai team. Is yokai team for tourists ever since the amazing Ninetales has managed to quell the anti-merger protests and also the fact that he's a champion in amateur wrestling, like he's a local hero. The fact that you know, like the Amazing Ninetale comes from Ninetale's Vale. They decided for tourist attraction to make all the village yokai team. So all the old wives' tale, all the superstition, and all the lore that is also borrowed from, like the same pool of lore that Yokai Watch is feeding on, comes out in this game as well.
Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenmataro when you discovered the crime scene.
So now, yeah, Jinxie is gonna testify. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door... Shivers. I saw... Yes, now I remember. I recognize some of this because I did watch Yokai Watch at some point. Yeah. I remember my yokai lore from shows like Gegege no Kintaro and watching Gaijin Goomba, because he loves to make videos about old Japanese culture, and he was talking about yokai a lot. And I remember he named his a set of video Yokai Watch, and he had to change it because of the video game. I forgot what the other name was, but yeah, he was talking about the Yokai of the Week and stuff like that. So yokai right there in that room. Okay, she saw a yokai. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Shivers. Lots and lots of them. What do you mean lots and lots of them? Wait, more than one? Did Tenmataro happen to be among them? I don't know, I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Oh, she saw the sculptures. She saw... Yeah, there was at least 4. There was 4 yokai sculptures in the room. It wasn't because of the video game, it was because Disney actually made a series called Yokai Watch that was based on this. Basically, it was this group of superheroes that would go after different yokai every time they would appear. Yeah, but there was the video game, and then there was an anime based on that video game, or maybe it was the other way around. And Disney published that? Because I don't think that Disney would make a show that would be named after the same thing, you know? There's something that doesn't add up. Like, there would be a legal trouble if Disney made a show that was named after that video game. It would name something different. But that wouldn't surprise that Disney would make a yokai show. But okay. I don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Norikabe, Seto Taisho. Eek, they were all there.
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We're gone from no yokai to a flood of them.
This is ludicrous. No, Ludicrous is in the other movie. Ludicrous is in another show. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scam's testimony. Oh. Atina's on the taking the lead. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. Okay, she's gonna do a psychological read, and we're gonna be basically untangle this mess of a testimony with what she saw and what she felt, and it's gonna clarify everything.
What a fabulous idea! Please proceed, Miss Sykes.
You sure you know what you're doing, Atina? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused, a regular ball of confusion. By my analytical psychology-based approach, should be able to help.
Any objection, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Psych proceed?
Blackwell ...
It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd better be served by bearing witness to the sword skill I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you.
She's opening a widget. Screen. Boot out the system. Alright. Noise level. Okay, now, yeah. Fear. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox chamber? Yeah. Well, when I opened the door, Shiver, I saw. Yes, now remember. Yokai right there in that room. Yeah, there is the wall. Yeah, there's the Tanuki. There is the little cup soldiers. There's the big wall. There are demon holding tongs. And there's a cat on a spinning fire wheel. Found something. Looks like an out of control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right there you can see images and emotion extracted from the victim's voice. You mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow of error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. Okay, so the sad is so empowering, all the other feelings are clouded. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are product of rampant emotions? Yeah, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucination and false memories. She's seeing normal, everyday object as monster in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought by emotional trauma. And the trauma, in Jinxie's case, is fear. So she was and still is seeing ordinary object as yokai. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That girl needs therapy. Bad. She sees yokai everywhere in every object. We'd have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Yokai right there in that room. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe with L1. Next point, what's causing Jinxie's out of control emotion? Finally, hit probe again with triangle to try and get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give it a try. Press the probe button L1. Fireball Ghost. Raccoon Dog. Cup Monsters. Wall Monster. Cat Monster on the Wheel of Fire. Triangle.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name of that yokai on the Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the body of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits to the actual situation. Exactly, it's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai in the Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? Oh! Okay, I see it now. Yeah, the ghosts The ball of fire ghosts are the lanterns. The wall demons is the forbidden chamber door and the statues that guards it. The little cup monsters is the cup of tea that was the killer used to drug the mayor and the alderman. And the cat in the wheel of fire is most likely, judging where it was on the image that she gave us, I said it earlier, I forgot the word already. Why do I always have candelabra in my mind?
Take that!
The light fixture. This one right here, it has a flame design. It's up there on the ceiling. It's shaped like a wheel. There was never a yokai on the wheel of fire. The kasha you saw was just a light fixture. Somebody's talking to me, sorry. Okay. Info update. Okay, so the wall monster is actually the folding screen. Yeah, and the tanuki is the ornaments that were near the door. Yeah, it fits. There's one memory back to normal. Last job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's Murikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. Eek! And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. Eek! And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here is nothing more than a fox statue. Eek! I don't know what I was thinking. The tray's cracking. Noise level 50%. You did it, Apollo! Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokais after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. You ass! Athena, we're trying to prove there was actually one, not none. Right. There never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Way to go, Athena. Jinxie, what about Tenmataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. God damn it! I remember it clearly now. You gotta be joking! Yeah, both of them are sweating bullets.
Order! Order in the court!
I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No! Apollo! Can I interrupt your freak out for just 1 minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie doesn't remember everything yet? Exactly! We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Okay. So now there's shock with fear. Did I see Tamataro in the fox chamber? Okay, that checks. I was so scared when I entered the room. Now the shock overpowers the sadness. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Info update. There in the fox chamber, I saw Shiver, the alderman dead on the table, and Papa collapsed in a chair. Info update. The crime scene, nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro. But there's still the shock and the pain. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Trying to find the emotion that contradicts her statement. So if I found a contradictory emotion, I should point it out? That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotion you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden change in emotion intensity. Yeah, the fact that when she almost lost the strength in her legs, the shocking was more overpowering than the rest of her statement, for some reason. Her emotion might get stronger or weaker as you move on from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changed throughout the testimony. Yeah, I just noticed. Contradictory emotion and change in intensity. I'll give it a shot. I'm gonna pinpoint with L.
Got it!
This seems like an unnatural reaction. Really? Because I don't see it that way. So it is unexpected given our testimony. Hello? Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Yes, there's someone at home, and that someone's going to try again. Okay, so I'm not getting punished. Did I see Tenmataro in the fox chamber? I was so scared when I entered the room. She said she's so scared, but she's not that scared. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. So the sadness is stronger here. Here they're equal. Here the sadness is smaller. It's not the emotion that's overpowering, it's the one that's missing, which is fear. No, but they're both there. Here the sadness is lower for some reason. I'm gonna try that.
Got it!
Yeah. She got a drop of sadness for some reason, but that's not... that doesn't make sense. Because she was constantly in sad and fear at the same time. But at some point, the sadness dropped for no reason. The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Look! Info update. She was not afraid, she was determined. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Noise level 0%. Okay, so let's see the whole testimony. Bye-bye. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like that at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did you sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? The daffodil? Yeah, she saw the nine-tailed flower.
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tailed flower there at the scene, did you? Ah, the demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tailed flower on it. I like it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from the crime scene.
That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce that evidence this instant.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. A key. It appears to be a key.
Might have a look, your boldness. Oh, Taka's gonna take the key. Yeah, he took the key, gives it to the prosecutor. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Oh my god! She took the master key. So the master key was at the scene of the crime. And she took it because it has a pretty case on it. Boo. Okay. Yeah.
Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Black Quill?
Yeah. Now the Taka is coming in with the document and presenting it to Black Quill to read. It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. Oh, okay. She had the master key all along. And when she heard the scream, she had to take out the master key. Looking at the case, that gave her courage to open the door. But this master key was inside the room that has been locked by this girl. Okay. And your point is? Well, until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. And there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you figured it out by yourself. Okay, I get it. So, this confirms that the killer had to hide inside the air vent. Because she had a key to open the Fox Chamber door, but the master key was inside the locked room. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No!
Objection!
How could this happen? She's angry.
The defense assistant will refrain from growling or frustration.
Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Dano. Allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight.
Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now, I suggest you made a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Alright, I'll be back in 10. Objection! Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo?
Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to?
Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come out of it while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Yes. Actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine! But... I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room, because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Saving! Try to think outside the box, or in this case, inside the box, and what a doozy that locked room is too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another.
Vague conjectures can only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dunno.
Time to do or die, literally.
The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room.
You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine! We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's what we gotta keep the solution simple, like they say simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then, whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox chamber was compromised. Oh, I get it now. It wasn't the air vent. The air vent was the way in. But the way out is more stupid than that. Let's see. Yeah. Your Honor, the defense proposed that the killer escaped through here. Okay, okay, I can save here as well. Let's see if it works. Because it cannot be the air duct.
Take that!
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
It would appear you already forgot. The only available key until Jixi Tenma came on the scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox chamber and then lock it without a key?
I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right? I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but...
Well, Mr. Justice, The prosecution has some fine Japanese steel winning unless you explain yourself quickly.
I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber hallway door was locked was because Tenma locked it from the inside. It locked on his own. The perp locked it from the outside. I'm gonna say Tenma locked it from the inside. Mayor Tenma locked it himself after the killer fled the scene. No! No, that's not what I wanted. Just in case the killer decided to return. That would explain why the room was locked.
Yes, I see. Then again, would Mayor Tenma have mentioned that himself?
Maybe it slipped his mind because of that blow to his head?
I have already considered and investigated such possibilities.
You have?
The mayor's fingerprints were not found on the door or its doorknob. The only fingerprints found belonged to the alderman. Ergo, the mayor did not do so much as touch the door.
Oops. Okay then, now about... It locked on its own. The perp locked it from the outside. Okay. Let's try again. So you think the answer will be because it locks itself up? You say that it locked on its own? I'm gonna say the perp locked it from the outside. Because remember, she like what I think happened is he stayed in the room, but the perp hid behind the door as Jinxie opened it. And he was waiting for the door to be open inside of the room, but that's why they had to move the Tanuki statue and it broke. So when she went and called for the police, that's how he got out. And he probably locked it from the outside. So that's why I thought, let's try both of them, see what happens. Okay, so what if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Yow!
Consider this. The master key was found inside this tightly locked Fox chamber. Any assertion that a key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of the fact.
Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which just seems like a contradiction. If only we could explain both, like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Slipped it in when the door was open, threw it in from the outside, or changed the lock? I want to say slipped in when the door was open. Maybe someone threw it in from the hallway when Jinxie opened the door. That would explain...
Perhaps we should ask the little scamp herself. When you opened the Fox chamber, did you witness anyone throw the master key inside?
Sorry, I didn't see anyone else there.
Oh. What a pity.
If I'd thrown in, it wouldn't have not been in this case.
Perhaps you intend to accuse the witness of murder. You leave me no choice. A penalty for random speculation and lack of foresight.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try the it auto locked. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to
Take that!
Did maybe the door closed accidentally on its own? Ah!
The killer will never be identified if we attribute key moments to mere chance. Perhaps that spear just happened to fly off to the wall and impale the alderman too. And perhaps that sedative just happened to make its way into this coffee. Mere chance could explain any number of things.
Right, next idea then. Okay, so we were correct in our speculation. So I was on the right track when I said that so this is correct.
Take that!
Yeah, the perp locked it from the outside. That was correct, but the way that he did it was incorrect. So it's gonna be this. I'm gonna save here. That way I wouldn't have to go and repeat the text again. Again. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked right? So threw it from the outside is a no-go. Slipped it when the door was open, or changed the lock. It has to be slipped it in when the door was open. Maybe someone threw it in from the hallway when Jixie opened the door. That would explain. Ah! No. Oh, did I? I think I did, yeah. Let's reload. I thought I did. Hello, Canadian, sorry. Yeah, I thought my first thing was through it from the outside. I wasn't sure. Slip it when the door was open. Like, throw it in from the outside. What if someone threw it into the room from the outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room.
And where would you throw it from? There's a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key from there is an impossibility.
Oh, right. Ah! I wonder if the key could have been tossed it from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? The air vent? Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? Yeah, let's try the air duct.
Take that!
The air vent?
Yeah, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber.
That's preposterous.
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Don't worry. I'll explain so even Your Honor can understand.
Huh?
First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the Alderman in the Fox Chamber. So now we see A is the Alderman, K is the killer, and M is the mayor. Okay. They're in the room. The door opens. They fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. And once in the air duct, they tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling, and then went back. In the meantime, Jixie called the police, and when she came back, the killer was out of the air vent. Yeah, like this. All that was left to do was after go back to the dock and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing, even I could follow that.
And he's got the gavel at the ready. The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else other than the mirror and the alderman in that room.
Hey, looks like that lawyer has been the jailbird prosecutor.
Whoa, that was a total turnabout. That massing forehead of his seems so much attractive now.
Order! Order! Order, I say!
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
Oh. A valiant effort, Justice Dono. But your final thrust missed its mark.
Huh?
A bolt that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door?
That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the Youch.
But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is.
Yeah.
The electric eye here would have captured and pesky little yokai tried to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage.
What?
Safe from the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the matter, is there?
I don't feel so good.
Hold it!
Wait, I believe there is another way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. Next to the, yeah. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Must not point out every crucial detail to the fence. It seems you lack not only brains, but investigating prowess to boot. That is the cliff side of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. Okay, so the window is on the same wall as there's the cliff bottom, yeah. No! Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. I mean, there were sightings of a flying Tenma Taro, so this gotta be explained somehow. Probably a kite? The bird on the shoulder is the killer, yeah! Prosecute Taka! Kill the hawk, send him to jail! No birds allowed, no pets allowed. Let us use our bracelet like we should. It's not fraud, it's not tricks. It's just talent. I mean, you can use your suggestive power as much as you can, but we cannot use our power of foresight. Go to hell, Simon. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? Are you saying you can prove the killer could fly? Rubble, 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 rubble. Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Sightings. The special edition. Shit. I can't believe I'm using that right now, but I'm gonna lose more Wi-Fi.
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition paper.
Tenma Taro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
Weird anime logic, here we go. Yeah. Get ready to be bamboozled in the worst way possible. The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window?
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting...
Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer, disguised as Tenma Taro, flew away, you know, by somewhere or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that's flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Prove it. Prove it's been Photoshop. Go ahead. Okay then? How about the Tenma Taro figure of Mr. Phil Shaw? He just vanished into thin air? His argument is fake news. No, there is a rational, common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our tricksy tanuki witness over reached the entrance. Went back up. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter, Jixie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at the time. Go. Ooh, not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenma Taro were the work of one individual.
And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma! The gravity of the situation, nicely done, game. Yeah, the gravity. Yeah, Judge is shocked. Athena is shocked. Jinxie is still afraid. Justice is sweating beads. Da. Ah, no! Robble.
Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever.
Back to the away from the judge. The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. I love these games because they're so insanely well breaking the fourth wall. It's just great. And it's no wonder that our superstitious mind conjure up this mad masquerade.
Prosecutor Blackswill's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window.
Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai, if we only had one. Bailiff, seize her! It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of your wood. With torture? Somebody said, hold it. Who said it? Oh, Damien! Mayor Tenma? Hold it! Is he gonna confess to protect his daughter? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up for most foul? Tenma Taro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you have been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. If you confess, the prosecution will be willing to overlook her little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess?
Wait! Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwill's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no, don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayor Tenma's going to confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Caw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Oh, I should wash what I wish for. His eyes grow dark. The seal has been removed. Foolish mortals! Now his eyes turns wide and he makes some gripey words. So they're gonna say that he's the real Tenma Taro. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. Oh no, Mayor Tenma. Silence! I am Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold the return of the Demon King! What the... Demon King?
Well then, I think it's time for me to, take a vacation.
Rubble. What the actual fuck?
The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenma Taro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time?
Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one from whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. Caw. This child is Tenma Taro, you say? Ha! What nonsense! So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now? Caw. His body is now mine!
So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? and that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw, and the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you?
The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form.
He's still wearing a do-rag made of charms. Apollo ... Athena is sweating as well. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
Huh? What?
You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along.
Ah!
Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be the real in the matter of speaking. For the ultimate killer is not other than Mayor Tenma, and the yokai at the scene. That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces all fall into place.
How so, Prosecutor Blackwheel?
It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the forbidden chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled at the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. So yeah, they say that Tenma Taro came from the forbidden chamber and possessed the newly freed Tenma Taro, then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father, possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
But when we arrive at the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible? He was supposed to have flown out of the foyer window.
Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Matter, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro?
Somebody hold it.
Hold it! Caw! That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I, but presently tired I made for the forbidden chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more.
It would seem the pieces are still in place.
Is Blackwheel up to his tricks again?
I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live,
So that rumor about Mayor Tenma is true, and you yokai were real? You mean you really did kill the alderman so just he could release Tenma Taro?
Order! Order!
Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai.
The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point will be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of the law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight?
Well, you just receive a charm for that. You're not going to use it, or you don't believe in charms.
Knowing You will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning. Justice don't know.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation.
How about I just promise not to succumb to anything?
We have both evidence and the confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but.
What's that? What's wrong with him?
Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks.
Did Fulbright press a switch or something? Does he have an anklet?
The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that.
What in the devil was that? Fulbright! Have you tampered with my shackles in some matter?
It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave.
You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, shall...
Your Honor! You need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior.
A bit late with the reassurance, aren't we, Detective?
Well, in that case...
Yeah, where were he when he freed his shackle? Couldn't he have zapped him then?
This concludes today's deliberation. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further the investigation. This court is adjourned.
To be continued. Oh, do I want to continue? Do you want to save? Let's see if this last part is quick. I want to finish this third part in 1 hour and a half. This is how much time I have left. Because I want to continue with the next chapter. I don't want to leave it like that. It's so interesting. Alright, so April 18, 1:20 p.m. Wright Anything Agency. Oh, here's Athena. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. So I know somebody who can raid if you're up to it. Okay, who are you thinking of? What are they doing? Dino there, who's that? Okay, let me shout out him, guys. Let's see. Do you spell him correctly? Let me try. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I would need his correct art. I need to have correct spelling, otherwise I cannot rate him. Like I'll continue for a moment, and once you have it, I'm gonna save and we're gonna move. But I'm gonna continue the story for a bit until you find the proper spelling for him. It's her. Okay, no problem. I am Tenma, the yokai you seek. How could you, such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma, suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back! Eek! Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work?
Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick.
I was seriously considering a disappearing act on my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jixie saw. Right, maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now.
Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. 1, 2, 3, ta-da!
Dino there with a Y.